Good morning, and I want to thank everybody for being here. I thank members. So before we begin our hearing, there's an item of committee business that I would like to address. And that's a consideration of a resolution for the issuance of a subpoena to the Department of Veterans Affairs. I now call up the resolution and ask the clerk to report.
Authorizing issuance.
The resolution was circulated in advance pursuant to committee rules. Now, without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is open to amendment at any point, and I now recognize myself to explain the resolution. The resolution would authorize the issuance of a subpoena to the VA to produce documents related to this committee's investigation into the Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion, otherwise known as ORMDI. Now, before I go into the details of the investigation, I want to address the significance of the resolution we're about to consider today. Subpoenas from this committee are extremely rare. As you know, I do not have unilateral subpoena power like many of the other colleagues who are chairs of committees. We made that choice on purpose. According to this committee's rules, before I issue a subpoena, it must be approved by a majority of the members. Now, the last time the House Veterans Affairs Committee issued a subpoena was in 2016. In light of that, I want you to know I do not take this step of issuing a subpoena today lightly. However, the horrific nature of the alleged misconduct and the department's failure to properly and quickly deal with it has led us to this point. Whistleblowers, women who have endured sexual harassment, are stonewalled by the VA, so they turned to Congress for something to be done. That in itself is unacceptable. As a husband, as a father of two beautiful gals, and a grandfather of 7 granddaughters, it makes me sick. I've seen damning evidence of sexual harassment that was ignored by senior officials at VAs for months. If it was not for the brave whistleblowers and this committee's investigation, there is no telling where or if VA would have taken this sexual harassment allegation seriously. I sent 2 letters to the secretary, which I did not make public. In these letters, I asked the VA to explain why the alleged sexual harasser had not been disciplined or at least reassigned pending an investigation by the department. 45 days after my first letter, without receiving any response from the VA, I called the secretary personally, out of a courtesy, to make him aware that I was going to make the investigation public. It was only after the investigation became public that the VA acted on these allegations. From day one, the committee has listened to these victims when the VA failed to. The committee investigated these accusations when the VA did not. And now the department wants us, Congress, to wait for them to complete their investigation before this committee proceeds with our own investigation. Another week or 3 sounds fine, unless you're the one being sexually harassed. That doesn't work for me. VA will tell you about how they are now investigating these accusations, and I'm glad they are finally taking this seriously. But I have now sent 7 letters to the department. 2 of the senior leaders involved in this, including a politically appointed assistant secretary, have left the department. And many of the committee's questions have not been fully answered. The brave whistleblowers that came forward trusted that this committee would make sure VA lives up to its zero-tolerance policy for sexual harassment. As a co-equal branch of government, it is our responsibility to oversee the executive branch and exercise subpoena authority when necessary. I urge my colleagues to consider the importance of our collective oversight responsibility as members of Congress, and as I describe the series of facts that make this subpoena necessary. If you'll look at the slides that we're presenting, in September, my staff was contacted by the first of many whistleblowers alleging sexual harassment and misconduct in the VA's ORMDI office. My staff and I spent weeks reviewing evidence and speaking with whistleblowers during the investigation. The stories these brave whistleblowers have shared with this committee is graphic and appalling. Deputy Assistant Secretary Harvey Johnson, the head of ORMDI office, appeared before our O&I committee in July of 2022, then chaired by Mr. Pappas, preaching his policy of zero tolerance for sexual harassment. Now, I've received evidence from around the same time he was testifying before this committee, he was ignoring complaints of sexual harassment from his own subordinates. In the following months, Mr. Johnson himself was the subject of allegations of improper relations with a female subordinate employee. Mr. Johnson has eventually resigned and later retired while under investigation after I made the investigation public. I've also received damning evidence of sexual harassment by Archie Davis, the ORMDI Chief of Staff. Today, you will only see a portion of the text messages he sent the victim. Some of the text messages he sent are too graphic and frankly disgusting for public display. But all members of this committee have had a chance to review the material we distributed in full. Further, Gary Richardson, a supervisor within ORMDI, has also been at the center of several sexual harassment allegations. Mr. Davis, Mr. Richardson were both detailed to different offices in the VA and are under investigation. Again, only occurred after I made the investigation public. Gina Grossa, the former Assistant Secretary of the Human Resources who oversaw the ORMDI office, was ultimately responsible for whether these accusations were properly investigated. In November, she made the announcement of her resignation, once again, after I had made this investigation public. Here is an organizational chart for ORMDI. These retirements, reassignments, and internal investigations are a direct result of this committee's investigation. Now, here's the timeline. As I said earlier, I initially sent 2 letters to the department about these allegations. After receiving no response, I called the secretary. Actually, on the 12th of November, he was busy. He did not get back to me until November 13th, and then we had a conversation, and I let him know how serious these allegations are, that the letter was there, and asked him what he was going to do about it. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Davis, Mr. Richardson were detailed to other offices that same day. The next day, Ms. Grosso announced that she was resigning. The accusations of sexual harassment are bad enough, but the evidence I have seen indicate that Mr. Johnson and possibly other senior leaders were aware of these allegations for months and did nothing. I cannot tell you why these allegations were ignored, and when certain senior leaders became aware of them, as you can see, this was the first instance of a senior executive making inappropriate advances. And on the next 2 slides, we show that the accused tried to use their position to act tough and scare victims into compliance. At one point, Mr. Davis promised to take action against one of his colleagues that was sexually harassing one victim. At the same time, he was doing the same thing to that victim. On this slide, we'll show you where Mr. Davis referred to the victim as sexy. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is only the tip of the iceberg in terms of types of inappropriate, graphic, and disgusting text that Mr. Davis sent to one of our brave whistleblowers. We also have new allegations from another whistleblower that we only just received and are reviewing against Mr. Davis doing the same type of behavior with them. We can see on the next few slides when their personal relationship soured and the victims wanted to be friends, Mr. Davis treated the victims poorly. She had told us that she feared for her job if she did not agree to his advances. Now, the evidence against Archie Davis could not be clearer. The sexual harassment, aggressive behavior, bullying contained within the text messages to this victim is undeniable. VA has agreed to share the results of their initial investigation, and at some vague, unspecific time in the future, they claim they will provide the rest of the information that I've asked for repeatedly. I've been waiting for months for the VA to answer the mail. These whistleblowers waited even longer for VA to pay attention to their allegations. For some of these sexual harassment allegations were reported to VA in July of 2022. VA did not act on anything until November 2023. The safety and care of the veterans who use the VA every day and the department's dedicated workforce depend on it. VA officials did not answer the call when they were told about these allegations. Now, I'm not going to abandon the investigation and the whistleblowers now that the VA is telling me, oh, we got this, when my investigation is what got VA to pay attention in the first place. I want all of you to know. I want you to look long and hard at how the VA has ignored these allegations according to our whistleblowers. And remember, VA took no action on any of these offenders until after I sent 2 letters and a personal call to the secretary. 45 days after I was first made aware of the allegations. Now that the accused have retired, resigned, or been shuffled around the VA bureaucracy, the department would like the committee to forget about it. You don't do your oversight responsibilities and just go ahead and give it to the executive branch because they're going to look into it. I will not do that. This committee's oversight is necessary to not only make sure that vile behavior stops, but also to determine whether the VA has the authority it needs to appropriately discipline these offenders and actually have a zero-tolerance policy for sexual harassment. Hearing the whistleblowers describe the allegations, the negligence by senior leaders, and then VA's refusal to cooperate with our investigation until it became public, it's embarrassing for the department, and it makes me sick. I urge my colleague to authorize this subpoena for the sake of the VA whistleblowers who did the right thing despite the fear of retaliation. And because VA has outstanding and clearly failed to cooperate with this investigation or take these accusations seriously, only until it became a PR problem. With that, do any other members wish to comment on the resolution? Thank you, member.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me just start by responding to the slideshow which you put up on the screens. I do not take issue with your deeply felt concern over whistleblowers coming to this committee with allegations of sexual harassment. We should and must take any such allegations seriously, and any potential situation where the administration of any department is not responding in a timely fashion. However, I do question whether or not the majority is in the position to throw up documents which includes the names of the accused and potentially information which could also identify the victims. in a rather cavalier way. I don't even believe your own investigation has concluded. And I have not heard of a situation where the subjects of an investigation, even their names, are thrown out to the public, and doing so risks a rush to judgment without the full context of all the facts. If true, what you have presented on this slide is disturbing. It's also, for many people, salacious and titillating and attention-grabbing. What we see here could indeed be, in due course, be as you have characterized them here. But I would suggest that it does no one any good to put us in a situation, or the public to rush to judgment. So I would just caution folks that what we see may not be the entire story. So I take our committee's responsibility to perform oversight seriously. I take our responsibility to protect whistleblowers and investigate their claims of waste, fraud, and abuse at VA very seriously. And I take allegations of sexual harassment seriously. Wrongdoing and improper conduct should never be tolerated. VA is the second largest federal department, and we must be diligent in our oversight to ensure VA is serving our veterans well, while also making the workplace at VA one where its employees can thrive. The claims underlying the subject matter of this business meeting are sensitive and significant and warrant a thorough investigation. Again, any claims of harassment must be investigated, and there must be accountability if wrongdoing is substantiated. And for the record, VA has undertaken an investigation. It is ongoing and should be concluded by the end of this month. Further, the Postal Service is involved because the Postal Service EEO office has been delegated the authority to investigate EEO cases arising within ORMDI, precisely because ORMDI is the entity within VA that investigates sexual harassment claims. And obviously, when they themselves are implicated, they can't investigate themselves. So we have also an OAWP investigation happening internally. So there's two investigations. If the VA investigation does find there was wrongdoing, VA has the tools to hold these employees accountable and should take all appropriate action against wrongdoers and should make affected employees whole. VA must also ensure that the culture of the office involved is a positive one dedicated to the mission of serving veterans. That said, I have deep concerns about the nature of this business meeting and the way this investigation has been handled by our colleagues. The chairman has sent 7 letters to VA requesting documents related to its investigation. Those letters have constantly changed the scope of the documents requested. In fact, this subpoena before us today requests new and additional documents from what has previously been requested. I don't understand why, instead of a subpoena, just another letter containing the requests of the documents in this subpoena could not be requested in a letter. Now, this has made it difficult to comply with the chairman's demands, but the VA has tried in good faith to respond while also trying to protect the integrity of the ongoing internal investigation. The majority does not seem to value protecting the ongoing investigation, as evidenced by their many press releases about the letters, and even by the, I think, rather cavalier display of a limited set of facts. The majority has also been cavalier about privacy and due process and have stepped into the role of judge and jury. They have also decided the case. They've already decided the case, so why are they demanding thousands of pages of documents? The majority is reckless in risking ruining the lives and livelihoods of the accused and victims alike by publicly making premature conjectures without having all the facts. While the speech and debate clause gives broad protection for members of Congress and the statements we make, we have a duty and responsibility to speak truthfully and not use cheap gimmicks for political gain at the expense of those we serve. It is simply too early in this investigation to make conclusions of wrongdoing or to say VA is not enforcing its workplace safety policies. At no point has the chairman requested documentation or updates from the U.S. Postal Service, nor has the chairman requested that the Inspector General investigate. In serious matters of oversight involving sexual harassment and impropriety, it was the IG, with their independence and thoroughness, who I, as chairman, would have looked to first. To date, VA has responded with thousands of pages of documents as it continues to conduct its internal review of the allegations at hand. On Tuesday evening, committee staff received the transcripts of 25 interviews conducted by the VA Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection. The Secretary has committed to provide all the documents that the majority have demanded, and VA has committed to our staffs that it expects its OAWP investigation to be concluded by the end of this month. This subpoena is moot and completely unnecessary at this moment. I asked a simple question: why could we not have this discussion and business meeting at the end of this month, just 2 weeks from now? We owe it to everyone involved, especially the whistleblowers and any victims of harassment, to allow VA and the Postal Service to conduct their investigations fully, independently, and without unwarranted congressional interference that could jeopardize the integrity of the claims and the desired anonymity of the whistleblowers and their livelihoods. But my Republican colleagues insist on misusing these whistleblower stories and trauma to construct a narrative of a conspiracy of widespread wrongdoing among the leadership ranks at VA that has simply not been substantiated by facts. My staff has already had to step in several times to ask majority staff to avoid exposing sensitive and identifying information of the parties involved. We as a committee have a very great power to compel production of information and the appearance of people. We should in no way abuse that power, especially when individuals' reputations and livelihoods are at stake. I fully support the pursuit of the truth, always. However, I do not support attempts to poison the process, especially when it may have a chilling effect on other individuals coming forward or speaking up when we need them to. This is something we absolutely do not want to encourage at VA. I think the end of this month is a more natural time to potentially consider a subpoena once we know OAWP's investigation is complete, and so we can get more facts and make more informed requests. So I urge the chairman to course correct on how this investigation is proceeding. I stand ready to support the pursuit of transparency and accountability when this committee acts ethically and with integrity. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Well, I want to thank the ranking member, and I want to bring up a few things that were brought out in your statement. One is, if I wanted to make it political, it would have started off from the start. This is not political. This is our job of oversight. Now, let me also say this. Our investigation goes beyond the scope of OAWP's investigation. We're looking into who knew what and when they knew it, not just the allegations themselves. That's our job. Now, VA has failed to uphold the promise that it has made me in the past. And you can say, why could I write another letter? 7 letters. 7 letters. And when it comes to the evidence that we've put up, the whistleblower was advised that we were going to talk about this, and they were fine with it. They were tired of it. And for you to say maybe a week or 2 more weeks, no, we need to do our job, and we need to do our job now. And by simply letting VA and only VA do the investigation of themselves, and now I'm going to go all Southern Illinois on you, That's kind of like the fox guarding the chicken coop. Folks, we've got to do our job. And that's what this subpoena is about. Do any other amendments being offered by any other members? Seeing none, I recognize Representative Berkman for a motion. What? Oh, okay, anyone else would wish to discuss? I'm sorry. Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for yielding some time here. I'm just so flabbergasted and confused right now. This is the conversation we're having this morning. This committee has every right and should investigate allegations of sexual harassment, and it's not cavalier to these women. I just, in the one place we could be bipartisan, especially after the controversy of overturning Roe v. Wade, is protecting women in the workplace from sexual trauma or sexual harassment. It's not wrong, it's not cavalier, it's not just another letter. It's not unethical and lack integrity. The ethical thing to do, the thing with the most integrity to do, is to protect these women who've been sexually harassed. I just can't even understand that this is the actual conversation we're having today. And I know I am not the only woman up here who's had to deal with sexual harassment or sexual trauma or inappropriate behavior at any point in their lifetime. This is not reckless. This is not an abuse of power. And quite frankly, it pains me to hear you, the ranking member, to hear you say these things. I am a victim of sexual assault. I was raped at the age of 16. A lot of women that have had sexual trauma in their life then go on to be offended in this way multiple times over, including harassment in the workplace. This is the one time where we can actually do something together to protect women. This is our job. We should do this. We should be doing it all together, right and left, Republican and Democrat. I just can't believe what I'm hearing. And I just find it so offensive as a woman, as a victim who's been in these situations, to any woman, any little girl who's out there watching us, that we're just gonna ignore this. I can't believe what my ears are hearing. I know that we're better than this, and I feel the actual physical pain of these women, these whistleblowers, the bravery and the courage that it takes for a woman to come forward who's a victim of sexual harassment or some kind of sexual trauma in the workplace or in her personal life, that the amount of courage that it takes for a woman to step forward should be welcomed, should be celebrated, should be absolutely a part of this conversation. Mr. Chairman, I fully support this, and I would encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, let's put politics aside. Let's do the right thing for women everywhere, no matter what. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate a minute or two to speak to this. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that these allegations are completely unacceptable. I believe that the VA was negligent in its response. However, speaking to the Secretary yesterday, he was very, very clear that he would fully comply with what you were asking for. And so we can have a subpoena or not, but I believe that whichever way we go, that we will seek the truth through a subpoena and or the Secretary's compliance to fully cooperate. So this subpoena, or as I said, or the VA's diligence, I think will ultimately seek the truth, which is what needs to be done. But for me, I can't vote negatively in good faith on this resolution. I agree with what Ms. Mace said as well. I have been on this committee for 11 years, and for 11 years I have fought for women, sexual abuse within the VA. And these allegations are, as I said, completely unacceptable. And so I will vote with you, Mr. Chairman, on this issue. But I do think, whether we have it or we don't, I think the Secretary and the VA are committed to complying with all of the requests and seeking the truth and getting to the truth and doing what's appropriate once all of the conclusions and information is in hand. So with that, I will yield.
Thank you, Chairman Voss, for yielding time to speak on this such a shocking and deeply sensitive issue, and for your tireless effort in bringing accountability to all tiers of leadership in this administration. These accusations and the corresponding evidence underscore the dire need for Congress's constitutional duty to engage in oversight of the executive branch. It is the duty of the VA to exhibit and uphold the same values of honor, duty, and respect so greatly demonstrated by those they serve, the men and women who were willing to sacrifice their lives for our country. As a husband and a father of 6 children, including 3 girls, reading these reports have filled me with feelings beyond disgust. To view a situation in which senior staff within the Office of Resolution Management, Diversity, and Inclusion have reportedly and repeatedly taken advantage of their position to sexually harass their subordinates and coworkers in a horrendous abuse of authority. Whistleblower testimony to the committee describes ORMDI as a systematic cesspool. Implicated in these allegations are not just the reported actions taken by the perpetrators either, but the cultural rot appears to go all the way to political appointees overseeing the entire department. Such egregious acts not only violate the trust of our nation's veterans and the American people, but the problem grows exponentially when leadership allows this conduct to fester unchecked, which can lead to the department to become an amply described cesspool, as it was done by the whistleblower. Simply put, our federal workers and our veterans deserve better. While these reports do remain as allegations, I look forward to the continued gathering of information and evidence that this subpoena will provide, so we can do our duty as elected representatives of the people to hold the unelected bureaucrats accountable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think every single person that's part of this committee, and I suspect every single person here today, finds sexual harassment abhorrent and appreciates that any and all claims have to be taken seriously and that the investigations that are happening need to happen. They need to be handled responsibly and seriously, and perhaps the chair is right, way, way more quickly. If the chair and the majority want to add an additional investigation on top of the investigations, like Ms. Bromley, I'm not going to stand in the way. I'm not going to subpoena away. There is a question, though, which is, considering how grotesque and attention getting these allegations are, at what point does this investigation, on top of the other investigations, come to an end? I mean, we all, and I believe this, and I'm not saying this in any disingenuous way, we all care about this issue, but also the staggeringly high number of veterans who are homeless, the staggeringly high number of veterans who took their lives last year, the issues with staffing and care for our veterans, and the enormous amount of effort that's going to be required of us to deal with those very, very serious issues. This is a very serious issue. I think the question is, when you get your subpoena and you launch into a big, big investigation and you're going through boxes and boxes of paperwork, at what point do we say, okay, we've gotten to the truth, we've gotten all the headlines we want to get, let's get back to work and focus on rooting this kind of sexual harassment out across the board, not just in an office or two, and do everything in our power to fix the issues that our veterans are facing. That is not to diminish in any way the seriousness of this case, or cases, I'm going to vote for the subpoena. And I suspect the majority of us will. I just think it's very important for us to keep in mind that while this is very important, these investigations are not always about just getting to the truth. And I think people need to appreciate and come to terms with that, and ultimately focus on the big issues, in addition to sexual harassment, that our veterans are facing. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative Miller-Mix, you're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Already, this was upsetting, but quite honestly, I find the comments just made to be highly offensive. The fact that we cannot investigate this, we cannot do our job in oversight, will not in any way detract us from homelessness, VA suicide, VA healthcare, or the other myriad of things that we are doing. We can do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can tell you that as a female who left home at 16 to put herself through medical school, enlisting in the Army at age 18, not even the salacious comments, but the comments of July 5th and 7th from a superior to a subordinate are worrisome to me. This gives me goosebumps, these comments, and they're not even the salacious ones. If you have to send 7 letters and you do not get a response, and you have an office of ORMD who doesn't investigate its own conduct, who thinks in and of itself it is more important and more arrogant than the job it is due to done, then we need to force them to do their work. And obviously, they have not done the work. So could we do more investigation? Could we let the IG? I don't think that none of those things should be done. They absolutely should be done in the context of this investigation. But the reason why military sexual trauma and sexual harassment goes unchecked and unnoticed is precisely because we don't do anything about it when we should do something about it. Why is the VA ready and willing to do something about it now? Because there's the threat of a subpoena. Don't let that threat go away. Make them do their job. This is enough. It's not only protecting women. Our job is to protect all the employees of the VA and to set that standard. If the office itself that is supposed to highlight this and has zero tolerance for sexual harassment does not show the example for the rest of the VA, then we need to help them to show that it is not tolerated. And I think the fact that we're even questioning whether or not we should proceed, I think is offensive in and of itself. So I will be voting yes on the subpoena. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on the subpoena and force the VA to do what the VA should have been doing all along. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Shifless. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was reading through the documents, I found them not only triggering, but it made me sick to my stomach. But with that, we have a responsibility to make sure we're protecting the whistleblowers. And I do have concerns about her privacy, especially when combined with the speech and debate clause. So I want to ensure that we can take extra steps and mechanisms to protect the whistleblower, because part of the strength and bravery it takes to come out is to know that you're actually going to be protected. And so making sure that any text messages, any kind of emails that could somehow lead someone to identify the whistleblower, if we can make that a priority for us to protect the identity of that person, I think that would be one of our greatest benefits to the actual whistleblowers and other women to come out in these situations.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just make it quick. This is obviously a horrible occurrence that I think that I would assume there would be unanimity amongst this committee in condemning what's going on. The only reason the hand is being forced is that the administration did not cooperate. I'm going to ask my colleagues across the aisle to flip the coin on their hand, and if it was the other administration, if it was other administration in power, would you be saying the same things? Would you be saying the same things? I would have to submit from a couple of the comments that I heard, I don't think those would be happening, which is tragic. That means you are putting partisanship and protecting the Biden administration above claims of sexual harassment by individuals who are in positions of power, especially in this DEI office, abusing power, that you would put politics and protecting administration above a claims of sexual harassment. And so I've heard a couple excuses. Give me a break. Flip it on the side of the coin. If anybody, in my opinion, votes against this, they are literally trying to protect the Biden administration against those victims who have been attacked. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Representative McGarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to end this suspense. I'm voting in favor of the resolution on the subpoena, but to Dr. Murphy's comments, I'm going to say some things that I would say regardless of who is in the White House right now. And that is, this is abhorrent. Sexual harassment is terrible. We have to recognize the bravery of the people who have come forward. Recognize they came to our committee, not someone we sought out. They came to our committee. We must act. But in doing so, we must continue to protect the women, the whistleblowers who come forward so that they know they have a safe place to come forward. I know I'm sort of new here, but in my private practice, before getting here, I represented victims of workplace discrimination and harassment. And our investigation, as the ranking member pointed out, is really important how we do that. Even in today's slides, which are not complete, I've reviewed the complete slides, they are awful. But even in today's slides, we are identifying the accused who have rights. And by identifying the accused, we are potentially identifying the victim. And so I think it is really important for this committee to keep in mind how we do this investigation, that we do honor the bravery of the people who come forward, that we do continue others to take those steps so we root out things like sexual harassment from any organization, and that our investigation comports with the standards that will make that happen. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And if I can, I do want to say this. The accused, we have protected the accused, okay? They know that this was coming out today. We would have not brought this to the level if we couldn't get the information. With that, Ms. Van Orten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spent my entire adult life in the military, and during that time, I was a senior enlisted leader responsible for men and women, SEALs and non-SEALs in training and combat, and I never, ever in my career allowed anything like this to take place in my presence. So if I even heard about something like this, I would root it out, even if it wasn't in my department or my SEAL team, I would root it out and smash it into dust. The reason being, if our servicemen and women do not feel like they are treated with respect as members of the military, they simply are incapable of performing to the level that our nation expects them to. So I have no idea why, as a member of Congress now, I would not as vigorously pursue these people that are doing the most heinous acts of sexually harassing their subordinates. As a member of Congress, I don't know why I would pursue this with less vigor. And to say for a second that this is not a priority, which is exactly what a member of this committee did, that means that they don't care. So either something's a priority or it's not. And if something is a priority, you invest the one thing you can never get back in your life, and that is time. This is worth our time, because the people in this organization must understand that we will always have their back to protect them if they are being sexually harassed at work. We just don't do this as a people. We cannot. So I am very strongly supporting this subpoena, and I would hope that the Veterans Administration does what they need to do, and that is to help protect the men and women that they're responsible for, so that our veterans that have earned their health care through their service get it at the commensurate level of respect. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Levin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself particularly with Ms. Brownlee's comments previously. I think we should all take these claims extraordinarily seriously. They are disgusting. They are shocking. I think a subpoena is warranted, personally, based on the information that I've been provided. Granted, we only got that information yesterday, and we're trying to absorb a lot in a very short period of time. But I think the key here is we've got to do what's right, and towards that end, and actually towards Dr. Murphy's comments, I would just implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, please keep politics out of this. Do not make this about politics. Let's seek the truth. Let's try to do it in a nonpartisan manner. My friend, Mr. Van Orden, talks about nonpartisan work on this committee. I think this is, a really important opportunity. And let's also not lose our collective focus on the work that we've been sent here to do as part of this committee, the work that I've been proud to do for the last 5 years, which is to focus on improving the quality of life for our veterans. So as we pursue this investigation, let it not take away from all the other important work that we have to do. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address some of the things that we've heard here today. If true, well, I don't know how much truer it can get than putting actual text up on the screen, and I hope that was not an accusation that we have doctored texts. Secondly, we talked about ruining a livelihood. I'm more concerned about a decision, do we refer someone for criminal prosecution than ruining livelihood? Owe it to our victims to let VA waste more time? And then fourthly, chilling effect on victims. The chilling effect is if we let VA continue to slow walk this thing. I think that, and I think that one of my colleagues mentioned it, these things are normally open secrets in organizations. Far beyond what we have identified here, I hope that this committee uses our subpoena to go to the culture of the entire organization, because whistleblowers may use hyperbole occasionally, but when they say it's a systemic sexual cesspool, I think we need to take that under advisement, and I really recommend that we get further than just this one act or these several acts. And I want to congratulate my colleagues across the aisle. If y'all keep this up, you're going to ruin your reputation for voting as a bloc. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Mervan.
Thank you, Chairman. I, of course, want to associate myself with Congresswoman Browning's statements. Also, as a local elected official, I ran a program for survivors, and it specifically was Start by Believing. And part of that whole program was making sure you did your due diligence to protect those who had gone through sexual assault. That being said, I also will be voting for this for the simple fact, not to impress you that I'm not voting in a block. I'm very independent, Representative Self, on what I believe and what I do. But this goes beyond politics. This goes on the protection of people within a employment or within their livelihoods. And so ultimately, you expect us to say to try and take politics out of it, and that may be impossible in the world we live in. But we have to take into account the survivors and what they are going through this situation. And with that being said, the VA, I passed a piece of legislation here my freshman year to have a program for the VA for individuals who went through sexual assault in the military, that we had a professional therapist and had individuals who managed that. So I have a record and have dealt with this. That being said, I will continue to support the elimination of sexual harassment in any environment, and will vote for this in the regard of finding solutions to eliminate sexual assault in the VA and in all veteran institutions. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I may not look nearly as old as my colleague, Mr. Van Orden, my Navy career started several years before his did. And I'd tell you, in the years that I served from 1982 to 2012, the most consequential event in my entire career in the Navy was the tailhook situation of 1992. And it brought the United States Navy to its knees. For about a 2-year period, nothing in the Navy got accomplished. Thankfully, this was post-Desert Storm, and there was nothing else brewing, and then we were the world's only superpower, and we could get through this. But it took, if not for the oversight of Congress, the United States Navy would have never changed its ways. And it couldn't be left to the Department of Defense to police itself. Just would not have happened, and I suspect it would be that way in any government agency. This is our job. This is not something that we should relegate to the post office. With all respect to the post office, they've got enough on their plate than to have to investigate the very office within VA that's supposed to make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen within the VA. This is our job, and I would say as long as it takes to root this out, we need to do it. We don't know what we're going to get into. And I fully agree that we need to do everything we can to protect the whistleblowers. We need to presume innocence for folks, but every day you pick up the paper and you read about people who are accused of crimes. That's what these slides said, accused. No one's been convicted here yet. But I'm also very suspicious at the folks who decided to retire the next day, to resign. I think we need to look at that. I've got issues with the fact that people are allowed to basically escape from the system without potentially being punished if there are things that they've done wrong. But we need to get to the bottom of this. I would suspect if these allegations are true, it's never an isolated incident. This is a culture that we need to, if nothing else, we got to make sure that this is not pervasive throughout the department. And if it is, we need to root it out. But I would say the Navy went from 1992 having no women who served in combat roles to being systemically sexually harassed to 6 years later, I was proud to serve alongside women who flew the first combat missions in F-18s doing strikes into Iraq. A lot of good change came from that, and I think we need to make sure we do our job. So I support this fully. I think we need to take it as far as it goes, observing all the protections that innocent people should have, but this is our job, and I don't think there's anything else we could do that's more important. I yield back.
Anyone else seek recognition? Seeing none. No amendments were filed. Does any member wish to offer an amendment to the resolution? Hearing none, I now recognize Representative Berkman for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee approve the resolution to issue a subpoena to the Department of Veterans Affairs to obtain the documents specified in such resolution.
And on that question, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the resolution is agreed to. A recorded vote.
Chair,
Yes.
I request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. A recorded vote having been requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye. Ms. Radewagen. Aye. Ms. Radewagen, aye. Mr. Bergman. Aye. Mr. Bergman, aye. Ms. Mace. Aye. Ms. Mace, aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Aye.
Mr. Rosendale, aye. Dr. Miller-Meeks. Aye. Dr. Miller-Meeks, aye. Dr. Murphy.
Yes.
Dr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Van Orden.
Aye.
Mr. Van Orden, aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell, aye. Mr. Siscomani.
Aye.
Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, aye. Mr. Self. Mr. Self, aye. Ms. Kiggins. Ms. Kiggins, aye. Ranking Member Decano. No. Ranking Member Decano, no. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee, aye. Mr. Levin. Aye. Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Ms. Sherfilis McCormick. Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, aye. Mr. DeLuzio. Mr. DeLuzio, aye. Mr. McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey, aye. Mr. Meares. Mr. Meares. Mr. Landsman.
Yes.
Mr. Landsman, aye. Ms. Budzinski. Ms. Budzinski, aye. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Pappas. Mr. Meares. Mr. Meares.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 22 ayes and 1 no.
There are 22 ayes and 1 nay. The resolution is agreed to. I will be signing the subpoena and hereby direct its issuance forthwith. This concludes the business meeting from today, and we're ready to go into the full hearing from there. So thank you very much. So I appreciate everyone waiting for us to get through that business meeting, but good morning. The committee will come to order. And I want to welcome the witnesses here today. And we are here today to discuss rural veterans and how VA is ensuring that they have access to health care and benefits they've earned. It's easy to forget that many Americans and many veterans live in flyover country, and that includes me. I am a rural veteran, as many members on this committee are. We understand the needs and challenges and, quite frankly, the frustration of our fellow rural veterans face because they live where they live. Now, my home is 30 miles from the nearest VA facility, and my constituents in the eastern part of Illinois drive, some of them 60 miles or more, to get to a VA facility. Veterans in the other parts of the United States travel a whole lot further than that. Now, one of the witnesses we will hear from today is with the Navajo Nation, spans 3 states. Now, over 14,000 Native American veterans live on 27,000 square miles, and the challenges these men and women in rural America face cannot be overstated, which is why others and I have fought so hard in 2018 to get the Mission Act enacted. The Mission Act and the Community Care Provider Network have transformed VA's delivery of health care and services, especially in rural and remote parts of the country. But now, 5 years after the bill is signed into law by President Trump, I go home and my veterans are still saying the same thing. I can't get health care and I can't get my benefits. Whether it's a limited access to high-speed internet, or so the veterans can't make their telehealth appointments, or driving over an hour for routine physical therapy, or the inability to find housing near employment near employment opportunities, or having to travel long distances to attend a disability compensation and pension examination, rural veterans face daunting challenges. So VA must meet these men and women's needs where they live. And while VA has an entire office dedicated to serving rural and remote veterans, I am concerned that this office has not kept pace with the challenging veterans population. We must ensure that $311 million we have spent on this office and other rural veteran programs are providing real value and not just lip service. Now, I look forward to the hearing from our witnesses today about how we can pave the way for solutions and bridge the gaps and ensure that the best quality of life for our rural veterans. I now recognize Ranking Member for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Bost. Rural veterans and their families have long had to navigate an altogether different healthcare experience than their suburban and urban counterparts. From hours-long drives to appointments, to housing shortages, to limited access to veteran service officers to file claims, rural veterans experience a unique series of barriers. And these barriers are likely to harden in the coming years as hospital closures and healthcare provider shortages in rural areas persist. When the VA Mission Act was passed in 2018, it sought to address some of the healthcare challenges facing rural veterans by creating the Veterans Community Care Program. Now, the goal was to better enable veterans to access care from community providers when such care wasn't readily available from VA. While necessary, it has not been the bridge to health care access for rural veterans that many had hoped. The healthcare infrastructure in rural America has proven too compromised, and in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, too fragile to meet the needs of civilians and veterans. The need for a robust VA presence in rural America remains. And since 2005, more than 100 rural civilian hospitals have closed, according to research conducted by the North Carolina Rural Health Research Program at UNC Chapel Hill. Another 87 rural hospitals have eliminated inpatient services. And according to the Center for Healthcare Quality and Payment Reform, 600 rural hospitals, or about 30% of all rural hospitals in the country, are at risk of closing in the near future. And over half of those are deemed at immediate risk of closing. Again, we're referring here to non-VA community hospitals. One only need look to the newspaper headlines from across the country to get a sense of how serious the closures are. Veterans cannot always rely on the community to be there, but they should be able to rely on VA. We carry out this country's moral obligation to the men and women who have served in uniform in part by ensuring they have a healthcare system able to meet their needs no matter the state or territory they live in. And there are some things that we simply cannot rely on the private sector to provide. Our postal service, for example, our national defense, our police, and fire departments. These are services private industry simply can't deliver in every place they're needed, especially as there are no profit opportunities or low profit opportunities. This is becoming increasingly true of healthcare. This was most acutely highlighted during the worst of the pandemic. We saw hundreds of private healthcare systems effectively buckle or shrink under the strain of public health emergencies and natural disasters, workforce shortages, and infrastructure challenges. The Veterans Health Administration was largely able to avoid this. They delivered the highest quality care to veterans, provided world-class infection control, and delivered humanitarian care to thousands of civilians. And they did so with a majority elderly and rural patient population, an aged infrastructure, and an overworked workforce. That in and of itself was an achievement. But they served us further by fulfilling VA's role as the backstop to the American healthcare system, aiding nearly every state and territory and dozens of tribal nations. More than 6,000 VHA employees volunteered to deploy to assist civilian or tribal health systems from March of 2020 to July of 2022. So I'm so pleased to have with us here the president of the Navajo Nation, Dr. Bu Nigrin, to share with us the reality rural Native veterans are facing. Last September, I visited Navajo Nation and discussed with the former president the myriad of ways VA can partner with tribes and the Indian Health Service to better serve veterans. And I'm excited to continue that conversation today. Navajo Nation had extensive interaction with VHA during the worst of the pandemic. Dozens of Navajo citizens were transferred to VA hospitals, and dozens of staff, particularly nurses, were deployed to IHS sites, Indian Health Service sites throughout Navajo Nation, sometimes for months. This collaboration seems to have largely been successful and has prompted many of us to wonder how we might continue collaborations between VA, tribes, and the Indian Health Service. As communities continue to lose providers, often VA, tribal health programs, and the Indian Health Service are the only providers left. My staff have heard from several tribes over the years about their eagerness to explore collaboration between the two federal health systems and tribes. Ideas such as dual-use hospitals for VA and IHS, where infrastructure and staff would be shared. In situations where there is a need for care but a workforce shortage, providing care to both federal patient populations could be the solution. Now, we must continue to provide robust support to VA in order to ensure that its workforce and infrastructure remain strong and truly accessible to veterans who need it. I also urge my colleagues to consider how we could really pursue creative solutions to rural access gaps. And I believe there are opportunities before us if we are willing to do the hard work. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
I thank the ranking member, and we will now turn to our witnesses' testimony. Testifying before us today, we have the Honorable Sharif El-Nahar, the Undersecretary of Health, Department of Veterans Affairs. We also welcome the Honorable Joshua Jacobs, the Undersecretary for Benefits for Department of Veterans Affairs, as well as Mr. John Brosler, Chief Veterans Experience Office of the Department of Veterans Affairs, and from the U.S. Government Accountability Office, Ms. Elisa Hundrum, Director of Health Care. Dr. Endenhall, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Takano and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the Department of Veterans Affairs' efforts to provide health care and benefits to veterans in rural areas. VA is committed to reaching veterans where they are. Lori Carvinen, a proud mother of a Marine Corporal, is helping us do just that through the Veterans Coordination Pilot Program. Lori is proud to serve in her own way as a nurse in the Baraga County Memorial Hospital, a critical access hospital whose patients include many veterans from the local Keweenaw Bay tribe. Through a partnership with VA, her hospital uses a standardized protocol to screen veterans for medical needs, including social determinants of health. Lori then helps eligible veterans enroll in VA care, schedule appointments, and connect to community services like food assistance, housing, and vocational training. Recently, the caregiver of a veteran identified through screening asked if they could obtain a backup battery for medical equipment, as power outages are common in his rural community. Lori's team enrolled the veteran in VA care. Then, through collaboration with the Iron Mountain VA Medical Center and the local VSO, they obtained the medical equipment needed to manage his chronic lung disease and home blood pressure monitoring for his hypertension. When we spoke with this veteran, he was not only thrilled with his care at VA, but asked if we could clone Lori, quote unquote, so that all veterans may have the same experience. Almost a quarter of all veterans, or more than 4.4 million, reside in rural communities like Lori's and face unique challenges that differ widely from their urban counterparts. Geographical isolation creates challenges in accessing VA healthcare, and through new initiatives in this administration and a commitment to long-standing efforts, VA continues to bridge the gap between rural veterans and the world-class care that they deserve. Bridging that gap first requires enrolling veterans into VA care. And since the signing of the PACT Act, VA has conducted an unprecedented outreach campaign encompassing direct mail, email, radio advertising, and over 2,000 outreach events, including more than 1,000 in rural areas. Through December of '23, VA enrolled more than 500,000 new veterans, over 100,000 of whom through specific PACT Act authorities, including 25,000 rural veterans, into VA healthcare. As part of implementation, VA also developed the fiscal year '23 Rural Recruitment and Hiring Plan to ensure VA has the workforce it needs to meet our obligation. In fiscal year '23, thanks in part to the new authorities in the PACT Act, our healthcare system saw a 7.7% growth rate in the total employees on board in rural facilities, which did exceed our overall growth rate. And in addition to strengthening staffing in rural areas, VA meets even more needs for rural veterans with telehealth services, mobile clinics, and transportation services. In fiscal year '23, VA delivered more telehealth services than in any previous fiscal year, including 2.9 million episodes of care delivered to more than 770,000 rural veterans. Further, VA launched 25 new mobile clinics to deliver medical services to homeless veterans in particular, many of whom are rural. VA has also made strides specifically in cancer care. Now with 75 locations serving across the nation, VA National Tele-Oncology offers state-of-the-art specialized cancer care across the country. Nearly half of the veterans seen through National Tele-Oncology reside in rural areas, where they may struggle to have access to an oncologist. VA is also reaching rural veterans through the Close to Me infusion program, which has infusion teams travel to clinics across rural areas where they live, reducing travel time and care continuity for veterans in rural areas. Our data has shown that veterans save 536 minutes of their own time on average due to this program and getting their cancer care. Meeting the needs of rural veterans also means ensuring American Indian and Alaska Native veterans, who are most likely to live in rural areas, receive the care and benefits they deserve. In April of '23, VA implemented the Isaacson Rowe Veterans Healthcare Benefits and Improvement Act, exempting eligible Native American veterans from co-payments for their VA healthcare. That exemption honors our treaties with sovereign nations and addresses healthcare access and disparities for American Indian and Alaska Native veterans. As of December 8th of '23, VA has canceled over $2.1 million in co-payments for over 3,400 eligible American Indian and Alaska Native veterans. VA is also focused on suicide prevention for these veterans with an emphasis on culturally informed interventions. Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Takano, thank you for the opportunity to discuss our efforts to best serve veterans in rural communities. We appreciate your continued partnership as we embrace our collective responsibility to serve those who have served. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eldenhall. Mr. Jacobs, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Takano, and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss how VA is working to increase access and improve outcomes for veterans living in rural or highly rural areas. VA believes all veterans deserve timely access to world-class health care and earned benefits, no matter what they look like, who they love, or where they live. But far too many veterans, and particularly those in rural areas, are unaware of the benefits that they've earned or lack trust in VA to deliver them. To better meet the needs of rural veterans where they are, VA has been engaged in the most aggressive, forward-leaning outreach campaign in the department's history over the past year. In fiscal year 23, the department held over 13,000 outreach events in communities across the country, relying heavily on our VSO, state, county, and community partners to encourage every eligible veteran, family member, and survivor to apply for the care and benefits that they earned. The results of that outreach can be seen in the historic number of disability claims that were submitted and approved, and in the individual stories of the veterans who've been positively impacted by this outreach. Veterans like Renee Kendall, a retired police officer living on a fixed income in the small town of Otto, North Carolina, which is 3.5 hours away from VA's regional office in Winston-Salem. In an effort to better meet veterans closer to where they live, the Winston-Salem Regional Office hosted an event in Franklin, North Carolina this June, which enabled Renee to speak in person with a VA employee without spending 7 hours in the car. At this VA-hosted event, Renee sat down with Misty Allen, a claims examiner from the Winston-Salem RO, to talk about his pending claim. And while reviewing his file, Misty discovered there was an incomplete exam form provided by the medical examiner for review at the time of Renee's exam, and that he had a recognized presumptive condition related to his service at Camp Lejeune. As a result of this rural outreach event and Misty's attentiveness, VA was able to award Renee retroactive benefits, giving him and his wife a little more financial freedom each month on their fixed income. In his own words, he said, "Misty Allen is truly an advocate, and this extra money every month is a godsend. It's made an impact on our lives and helped us get by a little easier every month." Though rural communities offer veterans like Renee multiple benefits, the approximately 4.5 million veterans living in rural communities face unique challenges, like unreliable internet access and long travel distances, that limit their awareness of and access to the benefits they've earned through service to this country. Addressing these challenges and others requires a collaborative approach involving federal, state, and local government agencies, along with VSOs, nonprofit organizations, and local community partners to ensure veterans in rural areas receive the support they need to thrive. And in collaboration with our partners, VA is also taking the following actions to better meet the needs of our rural veterans. First, we're keeping our foot on the gas, continuing our data-driven, proactive outreach campaign. Second, we've changed the TAP curriculum to add VSOs and state departments of Veterans Affairs to brief transitioning service members at the end of every one-day VA TAP class, increasing connections to the benefits and services available to them in the communities in which they will reside. 3, we're leveraging technology for more virtual C&P examinations, increasing utilization of mobile medical units to conduct C&P exams closer to where veterans live, expanding provider networks and the use of other modalities like the acceptable clinic evidence process, and utilizing automated decision support tools to minimize overdevelopment. And 4th, we've accredited our first 2 Native American VSOs, the Navajo Nation and the Gila River Indian communities, to provide critical outreach and representation to an underserved population. VA is committed to addressing the unique challenges faced by rural veterans, but we can't do it alone. Through a collaborative approach, we're working to bridge the geographical gaps that hinder access to health care and other earned benefits for our rural veterans. And by utilizing proactive outreach, leveraging technology, expanding resources, and fostering partnerships, we're making significant strides in alleviating burdens faced by rural veterans, ensuring every veteran is included in the VA process with a commitment to do more. So thank you for your continued support of veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. I look forward to answering any questions any members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Ms. Hundrup, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Takano, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our work on the Veterans Health Administration's Office of Rural Health. My testimony today covers findings and recommendations we made in our May 2023 report on the Office of Rural Health. Its mission is to improve the health and well-being of veterans living in rural areas through research, innovation, and the dissemination of best practices. Rural veterans represent a significant portion of our nation veterans, with about 2.7 million veterans enrolled to receive VA health care. As has already been noted, rural communities often have fewer resources compared to their urban counterparts, which can result in rural residents experiencing challenges in accessing health care. In particular, rural communities often have fewer hospitals, face healthcare staffing shortages, and have limited transportation options, as well as inadequate broadband access compared to their urban communities. VA's Office of Rural Health is one of the main offices responsible for taking actions to increase rural veterans' access to care. The office does this by two primary activities. First, it funds initiatives implemented by VA's various program offices. Initiatives expand existing services to medical facilities that serve rural veterans. For example, the office has provided funding to help provide transportation for veterans to VA facilities for medical appointments or ambulance services. Second, the office funds research projects that develop interventions to improve access to healthcare services for rural veterans and then disseminate those interventions more broadly. Research activities are managed by 5 resource centers, which are field-based satellite offices that serve as hubs of rural health research. For example, several projects are looking into new uses for telehealth, such as programs for cardiac or knee rehabilitation. In our May report, we recommended that the resource centers communicate available research funding opportunities across VA. We found that each of the centers only communicated funding informally, such as by word of mouth. For example, we heard that some researchers learn about funding opportunities through existing relationships with resource center staff. With only informal communication methods, many researchers may be unaware of funding, resulting in missed opportunities for relevant research. By communicating more broadly, the office could reach a larger pool of applicants, which in turn would help ensure the research projects the office funds best align with its mission. VA agreed with our recommendation and said that by May 2024, it plans to develop a standard procedure for communicating funding opportunities to researchers across VA. Also in our May 23 report, we found the Office of Rural Health has taken steps to assess progress in meeting its mission. In particular, we found the office has identified broad outcomes it wants to achieve through strategic goals. But it has not defined the specific level of performance that it aims to achieve to accomplish these goals. We recommended that the office develop performance goals that reflect leading practices identified in our prior work, such as being objective, measurable, and quantifiable. For example, one of its strategic goals is to reduce rural healthcare workforce disparities. The office collects data on the number of clinicians trained on rural healthcare issues through its initiatives and research projects. In fiscal year 21, for example, it reported that 31,000 clinicians received training through its efforts. However, the office does not have a performance goal identifying how many clinicians it should train each year to help achieve its strategic goal of reducing workforce disparities. By developing performance goals, the Office of Rural Health would be better positioned to measure its performance and ultimately its progress in improving the health and well-being of rural veterans. Setting performance goals would also help inform the office's decision-making about funding for initiatives and research projects and help it determine if there are areas that may need additional focus. VA also agreed with this recommendation and stated that the office is developing a new strategic plan for 2025 through 29 that will include performance goals with annual growth targets. The office has estimated that it will finalize its strategic plan by this June. In closing, we are encouraged with VA's initial steps to implement our recommendations and will continue to monitor its efforts going forward. This concludes my prepared statement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hundred. We'll now turn to questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Dr. Elnahal. Last year, we discovered that about $9.7 million of the PAC Act money for critical skills incentives was paid to VA senior executives as bonus. Now, that money could make a big difference in attracting providers to rural areas. Has the money been fully recouped?
Mr. Chairman, the money is in the process of being recouped from the executives who received it.
Okay. Are there safeguards in place to make sure we don't do that again?
Well, one of the first things the Secretary did was ask the Office of the Inspector General to do a full look back on how those decisions were made in error, and that is ongoing.
Okay.
And we will work closely with the Inspector General on that.
Thank you.
That will then, of course, inform our policies to make sure that all of these things are transparent to senior leadership and that we make decisions according to policy and the law.
Yeah, thank you. Also, I need to ask, between 2016 and 2022, the budget for the Office of Rural Health grew about 68%, and that's about $311 million that I mentioned in the opening statement. What meaningful impacts have been made with that $311 million in 2022?
So, Mr. Chairman, the Office of Rural Health really plays an important role in two main ways in making sure rural veterans benefit from appropriated funds. The first is actually funding research initiatives, but also operational initiatives that extend our care to veterans across the country. And so in multiple ways, the Rural Health Office has done that. For example, they've coordinated with our health informatics team and our field leaders to distribute almost 200,000 tablets to veterans across the country to be able to make sure they can have access to telehealth in the convenience of their own home. And that also speaks to a partnership we have in the interagency with the Federal Communications Commission. We also have commissioned many studies to figure out what disparities exist, as Ms. Hundrup mentioned, among rural veterans so that we can bring more resources and more care available. And the second main function Rural Health does is coordinate the actual execution of those funds and make sure that program is benefiting veterans. And so everything between our minority veteran coordinators who reach out to American Indian and Alaska Native veterans to our range and E-range programs for mental health are assisted by the Office of Rural Health.
I think you've probably in your statement there answered this part of my question as well, but maybe you want to expand on it. What is ORH initiatives that have the VA adopted across the enterprise as a program model of care or best practices?
So another example, Mr. Chairman, that I haven't mentioned yet is the Women's Health Mini Residency Program, which has done now over 200 events and trained more than 500 providers, refreshing the unique aspects of women's healthcare needs and making sure our clinicians are read up on those. In fact, women's health is an increasingly important focus, and that's a close collaboration between the Office of Women's Health and the Office of Rural Health. And so that on top of multiple initiatives to get care as conveniently close to veterans in rural areas as possible really underlies their focus.
So none of the offices of the Rural Health 35 initiatives place more providers in the rural areas? Is that right?
Well, we have enterprise-wide initiatives that are trying to bring care closer to veterans in rural areas. And so the Office of Rural Health assists in multiple ways in extending access, but we have hired a record number in just 1 year of providers in rural areas just last year. In fact, the growth rate of rural employees within our healthcare system exceeded our overall growth rate at 7.7%. And so that is an operational priority that I set as my first priority last fiscal year, and thankfully we've seen better staffing in rural areas.
So do you think that I know that a lot of the problems with telehealth is that no connectivity, okay? Would we be better off budgeting and be better spent on facilities and providing like more mobile facilities as well?
Mobile medical units are a very important part of what we do as well. In fact, we just announced in August that we're deploying 25 mobile medical units to assist with homeless veterans, including in rural areas. So that's just one of many examples. I also mentioned in my opening testimony our Close to Me infusion service and National Tele-Oncology, where we bring providers over a certain period of frequency to veterans who need chemotherapy in clinics that are closer to them. Normally, chemotherapy infusion services are offered at our larger tertiary centers, our larger medical centers. But we know that increasing the convenience and reducing the travel time is just a more reliable way to deliver care for rural veterans.
Thank you. My time's expired, and Ranking Member, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Elnahal, can you talk about some concrete efforts at VA to hire healthcare workers in rural areas, particularly in the area of mental health? What have you been able to achieve?
Yeah, so mental health is a major focus of our hiring efforts. We hired thousands of mental health providers and mental health staff last fiscal year alone as part of my broader priority of hiring faster and more competitively. We also have programs that are specifically related to veteran outreach and care delivery in rural areas. So one of them is RANGE. RANGE is a program that allows for more intensive care coordination for veterans in rural areas who need intensive outpatient mental health services and helps connect them to inpatient services like residential rehabilitation treatment programs when they need it. And so we recognize that more intensive care coordination could benefit rural veterans, and those two programs are just a couple of examples.
Well, great. Would you agree that Congress has given the department a range of tools, a lot of tools, a lot of authorities to be able to recruit and retain employees? Do we need to give you any more?
Well, I'll tell you, the PACT Act authorities, Title IX of the PACT Act, helped us significantly in increasing our total employees on board, to the tune of us now having more employees on board in the healthcare system than at any point in history, more than 410,000 employees in the healthcare system. Everything from recruitment and retention incentives to better loan repayment to the ability to pay retention incentives up front when people come in has made us that much more competitive. We do have a legislative proposal called the VA Careers Act that would help us be much more competitive with physicians. We were only able to increase physicians on board by about 2.3% last year. That did exceed our previous years because of these enhanced authorities, but relieving us of the $400,000 cap, especially for specialty physicians who far exceed on average that amount for many specialties, would be extremely helpful.
So we do have a need to increase the specialty physicians. And we need to really get serious about that, especially with regard, this hearing is about rural areas. It's especially challenging to get specialty care into rural areas, is it not?
It is, Congressman, and in fact, the salaries that folks command in specialty care areas and rural areas are much, much higher than often we're able to pay. And so it's why we've had this as our first legislative priority proposal coming out of the administration for veterans for a couple of years now. We know that this will just better enhance access to care for veterans, reduce wait times, and make care better.
I mentioned in my opening statement, Dr. Elnahal, that rural hospital closures have been accelerating in recent years. How is VA factoring the shrinking footprint of community providers in rural areas into its long-term infrastructure and workforce planning?
Yeah, Mr. Ranking Member, I completely agree that the degree of closures of critical access hospitals and other healthcare infrastructure in rural areas is highly concerning, especially because of the disproportionate number of rural veterans who need care in our system. And in fact, for inpatient care, we often rely on these institutions as it stands to be able to meet that care. So in response, we have to invest in our direct care system. We are often the only healthcare providers for particular specialties for veterans in rural communities. And we absolutely have to hire, but also create more infrastructure and be able to get appropriated funds to create that infrastructure, especially with this concerning trend of closures.
You know, especially with specialty care being absent even in the private sector. I mean, it's clear to me that care in the community, it doesn't solve the problem of access to care in these rural communities. I mean, might we have to consider like solutions like somehow getting VA's specialty physicians into these areas and possibly sharing them with others in the community that need them? Might we be thinking the other way around instead of thinking open it up to community? Maybe the communities in these rural areas need VA specialists that can be shared with Medicare and Medicaid and whoever on the Indian Health Service.
Well, the first thing I'll say is, veterans do disproportionately in rural areas rely on community care, so I don't want to undercut in any way the importance of our community care program. These are critical partners for us to deliver timely care for rural veterans, but you're right in that there often aren't good options in the community for veterans to receive the care that they need. Again, doubling down on our need to build infrastructure. We have a partnership similar to what you're talking about here with the Public Health Service Corps. Admiral Levine recently communicated to us that she intends to have now 200 Public Health Service Corps officers deployed within VA for their healthcare experiences. We will disproportionately deploy them to rural areas. And thinking about other federal healthcare systems like the Indian Health Service, with whom we just renewed an MOU for reimbursement for their services for American Indian and Alaska Native veterans, looking at our partners at DoD for enhanced staffing, all of that is on the table for consideration.
Thank you. I yield back. I'm sorry for going over.
Representative Van Orton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Elnahal, I want to start by thanking you personally. We spoke quite a while ago, and I gave you a copy of a letter written by one of my constituents about their brother committing suicide because they couldn't get an appointment at the VA. I know you've done personal follow-up with that widow, and that's a stand-up thing to do. And that really speaks to your level of commitment as a public servant, so I appreciate that greatly. I live in a very rural district. I mean, this committee hearing is perfect for us. And the big complaints that I get from my constituents, and it sounds so simple, is the removal of a kiosk so that folks could get their travel claims. And so I guess, Mr. Jacobs, is a travel claim, that payment, is that considered a benefit?
We provide travel reimbursements in instances of CMP exams, but
Right.
if you're talking about reimbursement for medical care, that would be handled in the health system.
So like when I go to the optometrist at the La Crosse VA, which is awesome.
Yep.
You're supposed to be able to file for reimbursement for travel. Well, here's the problem. Before, you used to be able to just push a couple buttons, and it'd be your birthday, your social security number, and your name, and then it would say, here it is, you'd sign it with your finger, direct deposit, done. But now, because these kiosks are gone, and it's my understanding that someone forgot to renew the contract during COVID, you've got to do this first. This is a 40-page document about how to do ID Me. And you got to follow all these steps on a computer in order to get an ID Me identification number. And then when you're done with that, there's this 16-page step-by-step document for people to fill out a travel claim. And so my concern is this. We have Korean War veterans that have a flip phone that do not understand, the technologies involved. And we have folks that, it's been addressed already, that don't have broadband internet. So are you guys taking concrete steps to either get these kiosks back or to radically streamline this process?
Yes, Congressman, and I will tell you, I will not mince words on this. We did not do well with this transition with the beneficiary travel online system. We should have co-designed that better with veterans, and we should have rolled it out much more carefully, and certainly before decommissioning a process like the kiosks that veterans were used to, it should have been deployed better. And I take ownership of that. That has happened over the last several years, as you mentioned, throughout the pandemic, but we will do better. So one way that I'm ensuring that any veteran has the option, if they are not able to use the online system for various reasons, they do have the option to file a paper claim to be able to get reimbursed.
I didn't bring a copy of that, but it's an extensive thing also. That's my point being this, sir, is that we had something that was incredibly efficient for the veteran. It was perfect. It even could tell you your appointments for the day. And we spend so much time deriding a bureaucracy, as we should, because you're here for the business meeting. You saw that we have an oversight responsibility assigned to us by the Constitution. So when we had like one thing that really worked, and then we got rid of it. Yeah. So that's part of our frustration. So maybe as opposed to, redoing this, it's like 70 pages worth of stuff for people that, I'm old too. He was right. Scott didn't appreciate it, but the truth hurts sometimes. maybe we could think about re-implementing the system that we absolutely know works.
Yeah, well, I commit to you, Congressman, that we will make this better. And for the kiosks that do exist, we are not going to be decommissioning them.
Okay.
So that at least the veterans who are used to using that process will have that. But there are a total of 4 ways now for veterans to get reimbursed. We just have to do better in redesigning them to making them easier and to be able to do a personal touch with veterans, especially veterans like Korean War vets who are on average less able to use this type of technology. We have to bring a better process to them. That is VA's responsibility, and you have my commitment.
Excellent. And I would like to continue to follow up with your office because, again, that's like the #1 complaint I get from all my constituents. I'd like to thank you guys for letting me jump ahead. I appreciate it greatly. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's nice to see you. It's my understanding that VA estimated that only 8% of enrolled rural veterans are women. Why? That seemed low to me, and I'm curious to know if there's rationales or reasons for why that is.
I will always start, Congresswoman, by saying that it's VA's responsibility to increase enrollment and increase access to care for veterans no matter where they live or what their gender is. And so I think the first and most important reason is that we need to do more outreach and we need to reach more veterans in rural communities who are women. And we take that very seriously. We have a collaboration between the Office of Rural Health and our Office of Women's Health to be able to do much more outreach. And I'll pass the baton quickly to Mr. Borsler to help talk about ways that we're going to reach more rural women veterans.
Oh, and thank you, Dr. Elnahal, and thank you, Congresswoman. I absolutely agree, and we do have a lot of really great programs to reach more women veterans. As you know, as this committee knows, women veterans are our fastest growing customer population at VA, and we are, especially in the last year and a half since we've implemented the PACT Act, we've been able to reach more women veterans in increasing their access to benefits and care. But in particular, reaching women veterans and all veterans in rural areas has become a big focus for us, especially as we roll out our VA radio outreach program, which has been able to record 60 different public service announcements for different personas like women veterans and Native American veterans and other minority veterans that are in rural areas, to be able to reach them if they don't have access to broadband internet or they're not able to go to their nearest facility. And we've been able to partner with 150 different syndicates in these rural areas. And so there's a lot of work being done. We're also proactively text messaging lots of veterans, including more women veterans in these areas, so that they can have better access to care and benefits.
Very good. Mr. Jacobs, you talked about historic outreach. And so I'm just curious to know of the outreach that you did that was historic, how many more veterans who are now qualified to receive benefits? Did you capture that number?
So in fiscal of claims we received relative to last year, which was an all-time high, we also delivered more benefits to more veterans than we ever had in our history.
But how many more veterans who are new to the VA who qualified to receive benefits?
I don't have that number, but I'll get back to you for the record.
And did you have a breakdown at all in terms of men versus women?
I would have to get back to you on that. We do proactively try to conduct outreach targeted to encourage more women veterans to file claims. But I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Well, if you would provide them,
Absolutely.
I would appreciate it.
Yep.
That would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned IHS and the MOU that was, and when was that finalized?
Congresswoman, we announced it at the White House Tribal Nation Summit just last month.
Just last month. So I'm curious because I had, as chair of the Health Committee a couple of years ago, we had a couple of hearings on this, and I'm curious to know, because I know one of the issues was that veterans would use IHS for general health care, and then they would use the VA for specialty health care. And then when they went to the VA for specialty health care, the VA repeated, a lot of the different tests and assessments that were done with IHS. So I'm just wondering if the MOU addressed that so that the VA isn't doing more tests than they need to do in order to prescribe what a veteran may need in terms of their health care.
Yeah, you're describing a frustrating experience, Congresswoman, that I hear all the time for veterans who have to often repeat their histories and where clinicians don't have the information available to them. And so the MOU was mostly focused on how we will reimburse the Indian Health Service and better coordinate with them to be able to deliver a comprehensive care plan for American Indian and Alaska Native veterans. But we have a lot of collaborative work going on to make that process as seamless as possible. And especially in rural areas and for tribal veterans in particular, they often have to go to different systems because of the general lack of healthcare infrastructure. And so that's why the relationship with IHS is so important. It's why, for example, we opened a couple of more contract-based clinics in the Navajo Nation alone to be able to bring care closer to veterans. All of that happened just over the last several months, but us working better and more seamlessly with IHS on the ground is extremely important to prevent what you're talking about.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Representative Radwagen.
Thank you, Chairman Boston and Ranking Member Takano for holding this hearing. Talofa lava. Thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. This issue is very important to my home district, as our veterans must fly thousands of miles to receive anything more than the most basic care. Our veterans in the rural and remote areas deserve the same level of treatment as the rest of the country. Telehealth and other initiatives have come a long way in improving access, but there are still gaps to be filled. So, Dr. Elnahal, GAO recommended that VHA update its guidelines for establishing outpatient intensive mental health care programs. How is VHA planning to revise these guidelines to improve access to mental health services for our rural veterans, particularly those with serious mental illness?
One of the main ways we do that, Congresswoman, is through our RANGE program, which is essentially an intensive case management program that makes sure that rural veterans in particular, including veterans in our territories, are getting the care that they need. You know, an extra hand to be able to coordinate that care, canvass all options, including not only VA care, but also community care, and making sure the dots are connected for veterans so that the care is both timely and effective is the focus of that program. And it's in fact focused exactly on what you mentioned, the intensive, the veterans who need intensive outpatient and in some cases inpatient services for mental health, and we're very focused on it.
Thank you. You know, a GAO report from last year indicated that VHA does not analyze mental health care data by rurality. How does VHA plan to incorporate rurality in its data analysis to better understand and address the disparities in mental health care utilization between rural and urban veterans?
That effort is more than possible, Congresswoman, and the way that we're approaching that is essentially by using this very specific geolocation information for both veterans and our infrastructure to better understand who needs what no matter where they live, including, of course, rural veterans. So that report was very helpful to us. It helps us really be able to try to slice the data in the way that's helpful. And by the way, helpful not just to folks at headquarters, but more importantly, folks who are at the clinics and in the infrastructure in rural areas to better target the veterans they can serve.
So, Dr. Elnahal, we noticed many of the initiatives, Office of Rural Health funds, are related to telehealth. How is ORH coordinating with relevant VA offices, such as the Offices of Connected Care, Primary Care, and Specialty Care?
One of the main ways that you see that collaboration is through our clinical resource hubs. So every network in the system, including Vision 21, which serves the Pacific, has a clinical resource hub. And across our system, we have about 800 telemental health providers in particular that are able to, and in fact, spend all of their time coordinating and providing care to rural veterans via telehealth. And that is a collaborative effort between rural health, connected care, and the Integrated Veteran Care Program, and of course, our operators in the field who execute on that.
And what are you doing for veterans that lack broadband internet access or prefer to see providers in person?
So we have a collaboration with the Federal Communications Commission that helps us essentially cover the costs vis-a-vis FCC's authority for much of the broadband and Wi-Fi services, total bill that veterans need. And that number continues to grow for veterans served. And of course, veterans also have to have the devices to be able to use broadband. And so that really underlies our effort to hand tablets to, vast majority of them are rural veterans, almost 200,000 we've distributed. And so we calculate that almost 100%, about 97% of the encounters that we're seeing with telehealth for rural communities is delivered in the convenience of the veteran's home. So we will keep trying to expand those programs. We know that rural veterans will continue to need them.
So VA talks about expanding access through telehealth, but 27% of veterans don't access the internet at home, as you've mentioned, and lack of broadband connectivity is still a major issue in much of rural America. And yet, 1/3 of Office of Rural Health's initiatives are focused on telehealth. What is VA doing to address infrastructure issues?
So we have that program with the Federal Communications Commission, Congresswoman, that helps us offer, the ability for veterans to cover the costs of broadband and Wi-Fi services. Our task is to just make sure every veteran who needs this and who qualifies for it knows about it, and that our local teams are letting veterans know about it. And we won't know unless we ask the question to veterans when they come in for care. And we just have to do that with every opportunity we have, especially for our facilities in rural areas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Shifless McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Enelha for visiting my office, Undersecretary, visiting our district, actually, and speaking to the mental health services that are available to our veterans. And I wanted to pick up on the question of the tablets that you handed out. One of my first community projects was to actually hand out tablets to connect people to telehealth. One of the things we got back was some people didn't know how to use the tablets because they weren't digitally savvy. Have you come across that with our veterans who are receiving them?
Yes, I have heard that personally, and we've also had oversight reports, including from the Office of the Inspector General, that talked about that and a number of other issues. And so we are working to change that. We really need to be helping veterans not only get these tablets, but know how to use them and know how to use our applications like My Healthy Vet and the VA.gov global application. And that really needs to be a close, veteran-centered education that happens. So we are working on that. We're trying to improve the way that we educate veterans on this and provide a helping hand. I view that as VA's responsibility.
And how big of a problem is it? Is it a huge problem or a very small problem that you're running into?
Well, the problem varies depending, of course, on the service area and the age of the veteran. And we know that rural veterans, on average, are older. And so, again, it is really the responsibility of VA, in my view, to take a full, comprehensive approach in helping veterans through that process to learn how to do it.
Now, I have a question about best practices, as was mentioned by Ms. Hendrup. What steps are you taking to make sure that best practices are being established, especially for our rural veterans? When I go throughout my district, I see there's a huge difference with the VA in West Palm Beach, in Miami, and even outside my district. So what steps are you guys taking to ensure that they're getting the best services available to them?
Yeah, so we are addressing the issue of best practices through our Office of Rural Health Promising Practice program. I'll just give you one example that was unique to rural veterans. I served in VA. This is my second time serving in VA. My first time, I focused on the very topic of spreading best practices, collaborated with the Office of Rural Health extensively. And one of the best practices to get more advanced care directives for rural veterans filed, for veterans to be able to define what they would like to receive in terms of end-of-life care. That should be the veteran's decision, and it should be a plan well in advance of them needing end-of-life care. There was a really innovative practice where it was essentially group classes and group visits Rural veterans obviously have more difficulty getting to our brick and mortar infrastructure, and so to hold classes like this when we know rural veterans are coming in for care, to educate about advance directives and on the spot offer the opportunity for rural veterans when they are ready to file their advance directive is one of many best practices that just gets a very needed piece of their care delivered. So the Office of Rural Health works with our innovation team and other members of our team at headquarters to make every corner of our system know what is working for veterans.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Representative Rosedale? Oh, Kagan, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's been great to hear about some of the improvements for expanding access to rural health care, since I think that's what we're here to discuss. Rural access and VA, are we meeting veterans where they live? And I think there's some room for improvement. We've done good things that you all have mentioned, telehealth, mobile clinics, improving transportation service, that's great. But I, as a nurse practitioner, want to talk about an issue near and dear to my heart, and that's expanding the scope of practice for advanced practice RNs, nurse practitioners, nurse anesthetists, a lot of midwives. There's so many of us that fill such a void for healthcare, especially for rural health. So I know that the VA provided guidance for APRNs in 2016, and you published that report, and CRNAs specifically were left out of that. So nurse anesthetists were not allowed to practice to the full scope of their potential. So I wanted to just note some of the things from the guidance. Talked about expanding full practice authority for CRNAs would not harm team-based care, and that anesthesia care provided by CRNAs is equally safe with other physician supervision. This was from that 2016 report. Also in that report said the VA believes a significant shortage of anesthesiologists exists, and that this leads to cancellation delays of surgeries, particularly in rural settings. I know that after that time, the VA partnered with Temple University Beasley School of Law in 2022 for a VA commission study, which concluded the policy about CRNAs and decisions on their standards should be guided by current available data. The data provided in the study shows that removing restrictions on CRNAs had no negative impact on patients, may be a cost-effective solution to physician shortages, and may increase access to care. So in the wake of reports on canceled surgeries and acknowledgement that 25% of VA facility chiefs of staff reported problems recruiting or hiring anesthesiologists, it is of the utmost importance that the VA reconsider their exclusion of CRNAs from their 2016 rule on the APRNs. Additionally, APRNs, including CRNAs, are typically more accessible to historically underserved populations in geographic areas, for instance, rural facilities, which are more heavily reliant on CRNAs for anesthesiology and surgical practices. So I guess my question is to Mr. Elena Hall. Can you just tell me why? Why are we leaving CRNAs out of the picture? This is a time when we need advanced practice nurses more than ever to fill those voids. They are capable, all of this data, and I could go on and on about proving that their outcomes are just as good, if sometimes not better, than some of the physicians we employ. So why are they left out of the equation?
Well, the first thing I'll do, Congresswoman, is identify myself with your support for advanced practice nurses. More generally, they've been some of my best colleagues in healthcare delivery personally as a physician. And I also want to clarify that our current policy is one where advanced practice nurses and CRNAs in particular, where our medical centers are in states that allow full practice authority for CRNAs. Medical centers do have the authority to extend privileges for full practice authorities in those states. And so we have many medical centers already doing this, consistent with that policy and consistent with state licensing guidelines. The question at hand with the national standards of practice is whether or not through our federal supremacy authority potentially override state licensing restrictions on those professions. And so that's the question at hand as we look at the national standard for CRNAs. My team tells me that just over the next year or two, we're going to see more data that would help in our final decision-making on what that national standard should look like. And so we want to make sure we have the most up-to-date and important information for us to be able to take that extra step and say, VA, through its federal supremacy, will grant that authority regardless of what a state's licensing regime says. And that right now is still deliberative. I haven't made a decision on that, and my team has not recommended a decision on that yet.
Yeah, I don't know how much more information you need to have the outcomes be very obvious that we need these guys. We need them now because we're not providing the care to our veterans, especially in those rural health settings again. I come from Virginia, where we recently, only in the past few years, allowed for nurse practitioners as statewide to have full practice authority. But VA led the way. You guys did it first. So, you were brave. You went out there. You filled that void. I think you can do it in this instance too. So I will be watching as a member of this committee, as a nurse practitioner, and watching and waiting for you all to approve full practice authority for our CRNAs. And I know I'm running out of time. Actually, I only have 5, so I will yield. But thank you very much.
Representative McGarvey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Appreciate your all's testimony. Dr. Ellenhall, thank you for your testimony and for sharing the great work that VA is doing to address the needs of rural veterans and their families. I'm thinking particularly of Appalachia and Eastern Kentucky, the state where I'm from, where my grandfather is from in that area, and all of the other rural areas that really struggle with access to care and how we better reach them. I'm excited to see that telehealth visits are expanding. 2.4 veterans have made 11.6 million telehealth visits, but only 770,000 of the 2.7 million enrolled rural veterans, or 29%, are using telehealth. My colleague, Ms. Radowagen, asked a little bit about this, and obviously we've got to see some more access to broadband, what we can be doing now, appreciative of the American Rescue Plan Act, of the infrastructure laws that are going into place. But I know you guys addressed that a little bit. So I want to talk a little bit about the programs themselves, because obviously we all share the commitment and passion to get health care to our veterans because they've earned it. They've earned it and they deserve it. So you've got the at-home screening for colorectal cancer, you've got the remote monitoring for prevention of diabetic amputation, these types of programs. Dr. Ellenhall, how does the VA determine how to design these programs, whether a program is working, and how to quickly scale it up?
The best programs, Congressman, in this area have really come organically from our field leaders and field clinicians who understand what veterans need close to the ground as they serve them. And so, a lot of our home monitoring programs for things like congestive heart failure, the diabetes amputation program that you mentioned, started in 1 or 2 or more of our medical centers. Were discovered and lifted up as a best practice and then become supported better and better through our infrastructure. And so I think that's the best way that we service these really effective programs.
And I know you're setting up a new Office of Digital Health as well. Can you tell me about how the VA plans to untether veterans, especially our rural veterans, from just solely relying on the brick and mortar model of care?
So the impetus for this office, Congressman, I'm glad you mentioned it, is a recognition that digital health will just become more and more of the part of the expectation of patients, not just veterans, but across the country. And we have to be leading on this as we have historically with telehealth. And the best way to do it, in my view, is through human-centered design. And so that is an office that will have the infrastructure and collaboration with the Veterans Experience Office to be able to work with veterans to understand how technologies can be accessible, how much education are we offering, but how are we designing the programs up front to be able to make it as easy and effective as possible to receive that care. And I'm happy to pass to Mr. Boisler for more insights on that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ellenhall. And as he pointed out, the human-centered design, or veteran-centered design in this case, is really understanding the pain points, the bright spots, the moments that matter along each customer journey, whether that's a specialty care journey or an outpatient care journey for rural veterans and non-rural veterans alike. And we continue to do that in almost every business line. We also consistently monitor on the quantitative side, and through our Veteran Signals, or V-Signals survey platform, we're able to see and monitor the increase in trust, ease, effectiveness, and emotion. And I'm happy to report there are great scores for veteran access to care for outpatient services in particular, which are higher among rural veterans. More rural veterans trust VHA outpatient services than non-rural veterans, as well as emergency medicine, vet centers, and community care. So there's a lot of great quantitative data there as well.
Awesome, thank you. And just in closing, in the time we have left, in your all's opinion, what is the best action we could take now to help veterans get this type of care?
I think, Congressman, ensuring that we have the resources to be able to not only extend the best and most modern technology, but also that we have the right workforce in place to be able to lead what is really the digital revolution, especially with the advent of generative AI, would be extremely helpful. We are going to, out of our digital health office, lift up our AI program to make sure that we're following the trustworthy AI principles that the President outlined in a recent executive order, but then put as much potential forward in a safe and secure way to be able to meet veteran needs. And so, of course, that means telehealth. It means as much home monitoring as possible to make things more convenient for rural veterans. And really everything that we can do to make the daily jobs and the daily work easier for our clinicians to be able to deliver that care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for holding this hearing. I want to start off this afternoon by thanking publicly Dr. Elnahal. I am known to hold people accountable and raise hell on occasion when things are not being done the way that I would like to see, and I do that publicly, and so I want to make sure that everyone is aware of the great job that we are seeing right now. For far too long, ineffective leadership oversaw poor hiring procedures and tolerated serious medical malpractice. Veterans suffered as a result, and while there is still work to be done, I am very encouraged with the new leadership at the Montana VA at Fort Harrison. It's starting to implement changes leading to improved care for our nation's heroes. I appreciate you and Secretary McDonough for being responsive to my initial letter, conducting the preliminary investigation, requiring a comprehensive review, and keeping my office thoroughly informed, hiring an interim executive director and bringing in outside help. I've made it my mission to fix the Montana VA to ensure veterans receive the best health care possible, and I'm thankful for your willingness to partner in these efforts. Again, I want to say that publicly because we've had many conversations over the last several months, and the work is bearing fruit. It's really been turning out good.
Thank you, Congressman.
Yes, sir. I'm passionate about ensuring veterans have easy access to effective health care services and believe telehealth is an essential component. In Montana specifically, patients who otherwise would have to spend hours driving to an appointment, often having to take time off of work, have come to rely on these telehealth services. We saw them expanded dramatically during COVID, obviously, but in Montana, it's just a way of life without COVID. Dr. Elnahal, in your testimony, you mentioned that for the fiscal year 2023, the VA delivered 11.6 million telehealth episodes to over 2.4 million veterans. This number was the highest for the VA in any fiscal year. What do you anticipate the demand for telehealth to be for the fiscal year 2024, and what steps is the VA taking to meet that demand?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate your recognition that we're providing more telehealth than we ever have in history. I can tell you we plan on offering more and more of it because the expectations of veterans in all generations, frankly, are to receive more and more convenient care. Not only our post 9/11 Iraq, Afghanistan veterans who are pursuing modern and convenient care, but we have data that also shows that more than 50% of rural veterans prefer telehealth as the primary modality. And so I'm going to see if we've modeled what the expected volume should be this fiscal year. I don't have that in front of me right now, but we'll be sure to get that back to you. I can almost guarantee it'll be more telehealth than we've ever done before.
Great. If you could get those numbers to me and then just some kind of summary of how you plan to address that increase, that would be greatly appreciated. As you can imagine, we're challenged with both the broadband and technology issues in Montana because the state is so rural. Some of these areas just aren't able to get it, and with the travel. That being said, I want to dive into the travel issues. Veterans across Montana have told me about the difficulties with the beneficiary travel self-service system, especially for some veterans who are not as proficient in technology. This has led some veterans to give up in frustration and not to obtain the reimbursement they've earned. And when you're traveling literally hundreds of miles, that's a large financial impact. The veterans like the old kiosk system. I know that you spoke to that a little bit earlier, but I wasn't here. So why is it that we can't bring back the kiosk system that worked better for veterans? I know that there was fraud and waste involved in it, but with the investments that we could make there, we could make improvements for the security of that, if that is the problem, and make sure that we still eliminate the waste and fraud while keeping those consumers and veterans happy.
I'll just say, Congressman, we have to do a lot better with that system. And I'll say that up front and admit it to you as I've admitted it to my team. I will tell you that our process for instituting this new system was not done correctly. We did not design it with veterans. That's why we're collaborating more than ever with Mr. Borsler and his team with the Veterans Experience Office. We're going to keep the kiosks we have, but we have to maximize and make the options easier to use for veterans. So there's 4 options now. The VA.gov patient check-in is a new one that we just introduced. We're going to try to educate veterans on that and see if they respond well to it. But similar to my comments before about the Office of Digital Health, we will make sure that we focus on this and make the design much easier to use and better. It's a major focus of ours.
Very good. Thank you so much. I see my time has expired. I would yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Representative Luzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Everyone, thanks for being here. I want to pick back up on some of the telehealth discussion, Mr. Rosendale, and you were having, Dr. Elnahal. I recently was at the Beaver County Clinic in my district and saw some of the technology there for veterans who come in who may not be able to, because of internet access or technology, do it from home or do it from somewhere else. I encourage more of that so that veterans can do those appointments, perhaps with a specialist. In my case, it might be University Drive or Hines in Pittsburgh, VA. My question, though, if VA is unable to offer an appointment that makes someone eligible for fee-for-service care out in the community, they might receive virtual care out in the community. Why shouldn't we consider virtual care as an access standard if VA can provide a virtual appointment?
That's exactly our intention, Congressman. The Secretary announced it last year, that if we're able to deliver an appointment via telehealth and the veteran agrees and our clinicians think that that's an acceptable modality of care for what they need, that should count toward our ability to fulfill an appointment according to our wait time standards. And so we are working on that through rulemaking, and there'll be a number of other elements that help us factor in the importance of telehealth. But we strongly believe that, again, if the veteran agrees and our clinicians think it's acceptable, we can offer that as satisfactory in meeting the standards.
And thank you, and please proceed as best you can there. I mean, one of my overarching concerns, I mentioned this with Secretary McDonough when he was here last year, is the ballooning cost for the fee-for-service care side of the ledger relative to what we're seeing at VHA. And I'm not going to cite you every study, but of course, VA's own systemic review study, which I think now has looked at 57 studies itself, continually shows the bulk of the findings are that VA is doing as well as, if not better than, care at fee-for-service or out in the community. I think even on wait times in particular, that was stark to me, how much better VA is doing, what that trend looks like relative to providers out in the community. And so my great fear is we are not investing in VA's ability to give and relying on a community care fee-for-service network that there are provider shortages that many of us see in our districts and communities that we should be strengthening VA. But I'd love to hear your perspective of, can VA scale up? Should we be? What is your thoughts here?
I agree with your perspective, Congressman. You mentioned the studies. We also participated in CMS's overall hospital quality star rating system for the first time just this past fall. And when we released our results, 67% of our medical centers score either 4 or 5 stars on that rating, compared to fewer than 50% of hospitals in the private sector. And so overall, our direct care system provides exceptional care. These are people who focus squarely and only on veteran care by definition. We have some of the best researchers expanding the pie of knowledge and the services that we can offer, new treatments, effective treatments. We do rely on the community, though, when we cannot offer timely care to veterans, and that is a backstop that is still important, especially for rural veterans. But investing in the direct care system has been among my top priorities, to include more than 61,000 people we hired just in fiscal year 23 alone, to make sure we have the team in as many areas of the country as possible, and growing our healthcare workforce in rural areas by 7.7% in just 1 year.
Well, and I'll point to a couple of these findings, and I know I don't have a ton of time, but one about a study of veterans who live within 20 miles of VHA facility and comparing those to sent to private hospitals for emergency treatment, and the mortality rate was much worse in the private hospitals. That gives me cause for alarm and thinking we should get veterans, we should be investing in VA so that veterans are getting that better care. I also point to the OIG report last year on prescription of opioids and the lack of oversight we were seeing in the fee-for-service community care providers. The ranking member and some of my colleagues and I sent a letter to VA, which we wait that response. And so one, any update on when we will hear that response, and two, I will urge that we have at least the same scrutiny you're seeing in VA on those prescriptions when it's happening out in the community as well.
It's an extremely important issue, Congressman, and I regret that we have not gotten that response back to you yet. I'll ensure that's our top priority in correspondence to get that back to you. But what I'll say is, we have an oversight responsibility over this. We know that there are some levels of redundancy on this. There is a lot of states and there, to some extent, federal oversight requirements on opioid prescribing. We require folks to look at essentially what is a public database, patient by patient, on what opioids they've been prescribed historically, the prescription drug monitoring programs that we engage in. But our responsibility is to veterans no matter where they get their care. And if they are being prescribed too many opioids, VA has to be on first in identifying that and holding our community provider partners accountable.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yield back.
Dr. Miller-Meigs.
Thank you very much, Chair Boston. Thank you for holding this hearing. Quite honestly, it's been apparent to me, so I'm both a physician and a veteran, married to a veteran who's also a nurse, and I was a nurse prior to becoming a physician. And it's very apparent to me when I talk to veterans in my community and as a physician providing care that the Mission Act is not being fully implemented by the VA. And that became readily apparent when we had our health sub on residential mental health and substance use disorder, where the VA did not even think that residential mental health and substance use disorder fell into the parameters of the Mission Act. And so, therefore, getting a patient in within 30 days was not part of that type of care. So I'm just going to be blunt here. Color me unimpressed. You can take accountability for the fact that you got rid of a kiosk system. To me, it's bureaucrats deciding this would be a great idea. We're going to do this. But guess what? Just like EHRs, we're not going to talk to the people that use these systems. So we're not going to talk to veterans to find out what they want, what makes it easier. You've had multiple complaints. You know about the complaints. Veterans complain about it, but we haven't done anything. And so whatever money we thought we were going to save by getting rid of the kiosk, that money is now invested into increasing VA employees to train people how to do stuff instead of, and this is the same for the Office of Rural Healthcare, and believe me, I've done this as a physician, we need people who deliver care, not people who study care. It's great that you're talking about advanced directives. All patients should have advanced directives. But do we have to set up a training program, go out into rural areas to make sure veterans have access to knowledge about advanced directives rather than when they're at the facility, it's done? I don't care to increase the bureaucracy of the VA with people who aren't delivering care. What I want is for people to receive care. And we shouldn't have to do a bill that says if you need residential mental health care and you need substance use disorder treatment, that has to be within 10 days because the VA doesn't see it within their parameters to deliver that care. Or that you go to another VISN that's 200 or 300 miles away from your home. Or that we're going to call you the day before your appointment to make an appointment, which we get under the 30-day timeline because we don't want people going out to the community. Absolutely, there should be oversight of care wherever that care is delivered. Fully supportive of that. But I am not supportive of people who know what their problems are, know that there's access of care issues because people can't get into the VA, but yet don't want them to receive community care in a timely fashion. So, and I think this is both for Dr. Elnahal and for Mr. Jacobs. Has there been a decrease in veterans filing for travel claims?
To my knowledge, Congresswoman, that is not the case. I think we're seeing more travel claims, but I have to get that back to you for the record.
Yeah, because I know veterans who aren't filing for travel claims because of the difficulty of doing that. Dr. Elmenhall, how is the VA ensuring optimal diabetes management for rural at-risk veterans to prevent foot ulcers and amputations?
Yeah, it's a really important program that we have, not only care that we provide in person for wound care and ultimately diabetes management to prevent the need for amputations, but we also have a remote monitoring program and a telehealth program specific to that, again, supported by the Office of Rural Health. And we've seen some really promising results that I'm happy to send to you and your team, Congresswoman. We want to expand that offering as much as we can.
And I certainly think technology can truly help to give access, especially with cameras, our digital ability to do things that we have not had in medicine. But I'm just going to say, it's one thing to take ownership of problems that you know about. But one of the things that very frustrates our veterans and our constituents is that there's never accountability. You still have your job, despite developing a program, rolling out a program that has been extraordinarily cumbersome for veterans. Our rural healthcare office, it's great to study whether or not veterans can have access to studies, especially if their studies cutting edge on medications to treat disease. What I want to know is, are outcomes improved? Do we have less veterans committing suicide? How are we treating PTSD? What's our cancer cure rates? What's our amputation rates for our diabetes? I have volunteer organizations in my district, which receive no money from the VA, are not VA employees, who actually do a better job of reaching out to veterans and taking them down from a suicide risk and treating their PTSD only because they're just there to serve veterans. That should be our goal and our mission. Thank you very much. I yield back my time.
Representative Budinsky, you are recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you to all my colleagues and the witnesses for your time today to discuss the urgent issues around rural health care access in particular. I represent a very rural district in central and southern Illinois, and I've heard concerns from veterans back home about the need to expand health care. I've especially heard this concern from our women veterans. In September, I hosted my first Women Veterans Roundtable in the district, and among the issues mentioned was the lack of awareness of women-specific services provided by the VA in rural areas. And so I'd like to use my time to focus on our women veterans in particular, which leads me to my first question for Dr. Elnawal. What are some examples of initiatives and research projects funded by the Office of Rural Health that focus on women veterans living in rural areas and their access to health care? And how is that office helping to disseminate information about services and resources to our women veterans in rural areas? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a mandate that we take very seriously, Congresswoman, to make sure that we are the ones getting women veterans connected to care, enrolling more women veterans. Fastest growing demographic by far are women veterans, and of course for women veterans in rural areas to make sure that they get the care they need. So the first program is the Women's Health Rural Mini Residency Program, which really primes our providers in rural areas to understand the unique needs of women veterans. And our Office of Women's Health leads that. We've already trained more than 500 providers using this, over 200 events, and we continue to grow that offering. We also have the Women's Healthcare Rural Coordination Program for essential screening that's gender specific, so breast cancer and cervical cancer screening. We've seen an uptick in screening as a result of that program, thankfully, and we continue to want to expand that. We also have specific offerings for women veterans in tribal areas, American Indian, Alaska Native veterans, through just offering better cultural care. And so I'll ask Mr. Borsler to help supplement the outreach we're doing for women veterans as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Elnahal, and thank you, Congresswoman. I actually wanted to mention this earlier, but we didn't have enough time, but we hosted our first Women's Veterans Experience Action Center last fall. It was a national program really focused on increasing access to VA benefits, care, appeals, cemetery and memorial affairs services. Is really successful in partnership with all the offices and many of the women veteran service organizations in the country. Another great example is in South Dakota, which is a highly rural state. We have about 8 community veteran engagement boards. It's all run by one woman veteran, an Army veteran named Jill Baker. And she has been hosting listening sessions throughout the state focused on women veterans and outreach and access to VA care and benefits in partnership with representatives from our VA facilities in the state and surrounding areas. There's a lot of best practices out there that we're really anxious to share and continue to increase access for benefits and care for women veterans across the country.
That's really great. I mean, I would love to find an opportunity to build something out like that within my own district to help specifically women veterans. And maybe we could lean on you and follow up with your office specifically about how we can get tapped into kind of those best practices that you mentioned. I'd really appreciate that. My next question is for Ms. Hundrup. I know the GAO has looked into VA healthcare for rural vets. Do you have any input based on what you found on how healthcare for women veterans in rural areas can be improved as well?
I would just underscore what's already been stated. I mean, I think just the first is the recognition and the acknowledgement and having the awareness and really looking at the data first and foremost. You've got to understand and analyze it by rurality, by gender to know that, and then recognize the unique needs. For instance, we've talked a lot about hospital closures. I think the VA pays for maternity care. It doesn't offer those services, and we're seeing obstetric units closing as with other hospital closures around the country. So just having that awareness and then being proactive and taking action in terms of outreach and then getting those services.
Okay, that's great. Can I just go back to Mr. Elnahal, maybe just giving in an opportunity to further elaborate on some of this work? If at all, are women veterans represented as an area of focus within the Office of Rural Health Strategic Plan or its research agenda in particular? I've heard, from women veterans and their organizations specifically, the research side is sometimes kind of lacking as it relates to, specific outcomes related to women veterans. So I'm just curious if you could speak to that too.
I would say, Congresswoman, that our Office of Women's Health, which, by the way, reports directly to the Undersecretary for Health, is taking the lead on research for women's health services. In fact, we have an incredible leader over that area. She's done incredible work over the last many years, Dr. Becky Yano, who really commissions health services researchers across the country, helps fund those studies and support them. I had a chance to address our women's health researchers just a few months ago. And they continue to develop insights on where we are seeing inequity, where we need to place more services. And what I'm trying to do is make sure that our operation responds to those findings swiftly, and that informs our infrastructure planning, our hiring planning. Women veterans, especially in rural areas, deserve that.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to follow up with your office and those offices and folks just to hear more about how I can integrate some of those ideas into the work we're doing. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Representative Sismani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all thank you to all our witnesses also for coming before the committee to lend their perspective on the issues facing rural veterans. With over 70,000 veterans in my district, in District 6 of Arizona, which encompasses large sections of rural areas, I'm constantly looking for ways to identify gaps of discrepancies in access to housing, medical examinations, and care. I've worked hard to address barriers to access to care for our veterans, specifically disability exams for our rural veterans. Through 2 different pieces of legislation, I've aimed to increase the number of exams conducted and ease in which our veterans can access exam providers. My bills tackle these challenges by not only expanding the pool of providers who can conduct exams, but also extending the ability for providers to provide care across state lines. Further, I worked with Chairman Tom Cole to introduce H.R. 4155, the Tribal HUD-VASH Act of 2023, which would make permanent the HUD-VASH program a critical effort that ensures our tribal veterans have access to quality housing as well. Veterans of all walks of life deserve a safe place to call home. Now, ensuring those who sacrifice have the opportunity to receive the care and respect they were promised is one of my top priorities here in Congress. The federal government has a solemn duty to ensure our veterans have the care and respect they were promised. And this is a responsibility I don't take lightly. Now, as my first question here to Dr. Ellenhall, a veteran, to your knowledge, are there any steps being taken to specifically reach and inform female veterans in rural communities about relevant VA healthcare services, especially in regard to maternal health?
Yes, Congressman, and we take very seriously the need to focus very closely on the care coordination for women veterans. Every medical center in the country, to include our rural facilities, has a women's health coordinator to be able to guide the care and make sure that we are not seeing lapses in care or unanswered phone calls or missed appointments. And these coordinators have a very busy plate. They're some of the best professionals we have, and so that's just part of our standard work every day. So for example, if a woman needs maternity care, if she becomes pregnant, we have a very intensive care coordination program that helps guide that care in the community because we don't provide direct obstetrical services in our direct care system. Those are just a couple of examples. Mr. Borsler mentioned our community veteran engagement boards. I'm not sure if you have further comments on outreach.
And especially in the Veteran Experience Action Centers, we've hosted successful engagements in American Samoa, the other Pacific Islands, Michigan, Indiana, Montana, other highly rural states, and we'd love to do the same in Arizona in the coming months and years, Congressman. These Veteran Experience Action Centers are essentially 3-day enrollment sprints where veterans will have access to the Veterans Benefits Administration, Health Administration, Cemetery Administration, and the Board of Veterans Appeals to solve their issues. And in many cases, they're talking to multiple administrations about multiple issues they have. And the experience scores that we're seeing from these events are in the 90th percentile. We do a specific outreach to women veterans and minority veterans and Native American veterans so that we can increase the enrollment in those events from those populations.
Well, I definitely want to know more about that. That actually leads into my next question, and that was directed to you, Doctor, but either one of you could answer. How does the Office of Rural Health measure, you guys measure the impact and the effectiveness of the mobile medical units, as well as mobile vet centers, in improving healthcare access and outcomes for rural veterans? And also, if you can mention what steps are taken to adapt these services based on the feedback and needs of our rural veteran communities.
So our mobile medical units, Congressman, just have an incredible infrastructure that can travel around very flexibly. They have areas for being able to draw labs within the vehicle. They often have the ability to beam in to have any provider through telehealth who may be a specialist to come in and serve veterans. And so just really important assets. We've seen from the GAO, but also other oversight bodies, the need for us to better track where these mobile medical units are going, how they are being used, and what the outcomes are. And candidly, that's something we need to work on and better developed in order to meet those recommendations. We've concurred with all of them. And we just want to make sure that we're making maximum use of these assets to reach as many, especially rural veterans, as possible who could most benefit.
Well, it's definitely the goal, and also back to your point, Mr. Bolster, regarding expanding this to Arizona and those services, I think that's critical. So I look forward to working with you on all this. Thank you so much. Chairman, you're back.
Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for coming. I appreciate what y'all are doing on the work on behalf of veterans. I'm very blessed to be in a district in eastern North Carolina where about 10% of my constituents are veterans. Camp Lejeune is there, Cherry Point, New River Air Station, multiple other military communities that are there. So it's a huge, huge aspect for us. On the other hand, we're also an extremely rural area. When practicing full-time, still practice some, we had a 29 catchment rural area, one major hospital. It's a huge burden, difficult. One of my colleagues mentioned earlier that he thought he read one study where veterans got worse care at a private institution. I want to read that study and pick it apart because, as you guys well know, most of our literature is nonsense. And so I'd love to see what that means because that's just the opposite of the experience I've had. So one thing before I want to get into some of my questions. Dr. Ellenhall, Can you tell me what these executive bonus things we started out the committee meeting was about? Because I may just preface it by saying I'm appalled at the hospital administrator bonuses that go on across this nation when the people who are actually taking care of the patients, doctors and nurses, don't get them, and all these other things. So the administrators getting the money, frankly, pisses me off. But if you'll go ahead with that.
Well, in short, Congressman, we discovered that bonuses occurred that were outside what we thought was legislative intent and outside of our policy. And upon discovery of that, we made the decision to retract those bonuses for headquarters executives.
And I get the whole thing about competition in this country, but it's also, it's something that's played explicitly, well, we're going to lose somebody who's competitive. That's nonsense. So anyway, let me get back to actually the meat of what I would like to ask. I think it's becoming more and more apparent to the country that we're experiencing an overall shortage of physicians, and it's going to be apocalyptical in the next 3 to 5 years with a shortage of surgeons, especially those who we're getting Medicare cuts day in and day out. I know that the VA has sometimes a hard job in competing with hospitals who get extra money now because of some of the subsidies they get and everything. And so I understand the pressures that you guys have in recruiting. I really do, because it's a real world situation, and some of the previous administrations, some of the laws put into place make it so much more difficult. If you look at tertiary consequences down the road and what's happened to our physician community, it's turned into, and I'll just say this way, just with so much employment of physicians, it's turned into so much of a transitory physician market rather than ones who come down and put their roots in communities. And that's even worse, I think, affected with the VA. So I would really love to know, the VA can't do it all. And as you and I talked on the phone the other night, the fact that you thought that the VA efficiency was 60% compared to medical centers, which compared to private practice is normally about 60%. So we're really looking at a depletion in efficiency. How you're, one, going to fix that, and two, how you're going to use the private community in the private world to assist our veterans, because I don't believe that about nonsense about getting worse care at a private institution than at the VA. So I really want to know your strategy for fixing that.
Well, Congressman, I appreciate you asking that, because we are here to provide the best quality but also the most timely access possible to veterans. And access really just means how many veterans we're able to bring through the door in a timely way through our clinics across the country. And so that is why the first thing I announced as a major priority was to hire enough clinicians to be able to do the job. The more clinicians we have on board, the more timely we'll be able to see veterans. The second thing we did was double down on a strategy that we called bookability, which is to really make sure that every provider uses the time that they are booked as clinical to fill that time by at least 80% with veterans scheduled into their clinic. The rest of the time should be for walk-ins, for same-day care when needed on an urgent basis, and to take care of some of the important documentation work and other tasks that physicians have to do. But that 80% standard now we are enforcing across the country. We did see an improvement in clinician productivity overall in fiscal year 23. We're going to continue to double down on that and make sure that we make most use of the direct care system as possible. And your second question on community care, when we are not able to meet timeliness standards or when we have infrastructure that is too far for veterans, we do offer community care as required by us under the Mission Act, and that will continue to be a critical piece of what we do. In fact, we are now, as of last fiscal year, nearly a $30 billion payer for care. And especially in rural communities, we will need to be relying on community care for at least a portion of a lot of veterans' care.
I would, and I appreciate that. I would ask that you look at actually community care, actually paying people, because I took care of veterans for so long and we never got paid in community care. It's a difficult job with turnover, and I'm not asking you guys to be slave drivers, because there is competition that goes out there, but asking somebody to do 80% of 100% of job with allowing for work-ins is not asking too much. One quick question, I'll just maybe follow up with somebody else because I know my time is overdone. Is the VA part of the CSRS system? the drug reporting system?
I'm not aware of that,
All right, the
Congressman.
reason why I ask this is because different states, North Carolina, we have a system which some idiot in the State House wrote, that was me, just looking at drug usage and everything before you prescribe an opioid or an anxiolytic, you have to query.
Oh.
And the thing is, it needs to be nationwide, because some people can jump right across borders. And if you're not interfacing with the private community system also, there are people who are going to be gaming that system.
Now I'm tracking, Congressman. We do have it. We call it the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, and we participate, last I checked, with at least 49 states' programs to be able to query that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Mr. Crane, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jacobs, your testimony stated that VA held 436 claims clinics across the country. What is VA's plan for ensuring that rural veterans, rural community, and Native American tribes are aware of the options to request a claims clinic?
Yeah, Congressman, thanks very much for that question. What we've identified at a national level is that we're serving rural veterans at a slightly higher percentage than urban veterans in terms of benefits utilization, but that highly rural veterans are being served at a slightly lower percentage. Now that varies in community by community. So as an example, I was talking with our regional office director in Oakland earlier this week, and he shared with me that the rural communities that he serves are having a lower benefits utilization rate, or actually they have a higher benefits utilization rate than their urban counterparts. But if you go to other parts of the country, the inverse is true. And so the way that we're getting at that is we're utilizing a population mapping tool so we can look state by state and county by county to determine where we have penetrated the communities where we are appropriately serving veterans, and we can target those areas that are underserved. And we're using that tool to drive the decisions about where we go to conduct claims clinics. And we're doing that in partnership with the state departments of Veterans Affairs, with county veteran service organizations and officers, with our VSO partners, and increasingly with the tribes.
On that, Mr. Jacobs, why do you think that is? Why do you think in rural communities our veterans are accessing these facilities more?
I think they're accessing benefits in some cases because they've got incredible local resources. We have incredible partners in the county VSOs who do wonderful work in educating veterans about their earned benefits and helping connect them to those earned benefits through the filing of their disability claims. I think in some cases it's network and word of mouth, and so understanding where there are opportunities and community members and friends helping one another. But I also realize that's not true in every part of this country.
Thank you. I got to follow up on that real quick, sir. Which program office should Native American tribes contact to request a claims clinic? And can you assure me that their requests will be fully considered?
They can contact my office, and certainly I'd be happy to work with you. One of the things that we have done is we are now, for the first time ever, accrediting tribal veteran representatives. And so
how do they contact your office, Mr. Jacobs?
I'd be happy. My email is joshua.jacobs@va.gov. Send me an email. Okay. We also have a veteran service organization liaison that will help, and every single regional office director would be happy to help as well. And so through partnership with the local regional offices, through the contact at the national level, through our VSO liaison, we can help identify where there are opportunities to pursue, in collaboration with local tribes, additional claims clinics.
How does the VA prioritize these claims clinics from rural and some of the tribal nations?
We're looking at them more broadly. And so, as an example, the three of us were in Nashville late last week for the Student Veterans of America Conference. And while we were there, we had staff who were there to help veterans file and process claims. We had folks from our Medical Disability Examination Office, from our Education Service Office, and we had mobile medical units from our 4 vendors who conduct the C&P exams on the ground to help with veterans, and we were able to help hundreds of veterans on the ground. So we identify events like that, large VSO conferences, but we're also identifying using that tool that I mentioned where there's great unmet need. And we do it both from a data-driven perspective, but also based on the input that we're getting from our partners where they're hearing anecdotally where there may be unmet need.
So is it geographical distance to a facility? Is that how you guys prioritize? Or if you've got, let's say you've got 10 requests, but you only have 5 resources, who gets priority? That's what I'm asking.
It really is case by case. So you can't provide a uniform answer, but what we are doing is looking where can we get the most bang for the buck. In some cases, we have a very low percentage utilization in a small population. We're still going to have to make that decision. I think there's value in going there, even if we're not able to serve as many veterans, because we've identified an area where there is not enough benefits being utilized. In other cases, we're going to make a different decision, and it really just depends on the circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
Representative Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for pretty much the entire panel. I continue to be frustrated with the VA solution to everything is more inputs. We never see health outcomes. Y'all believe that you solve a problem by throwing more money at it, a new organization, a new position. I never hear that we have had a decrease in diabetes. We have had a decrease in heart conditions. We've had certainly suicides. So I just ask you, and Ms. Hundrup, I would ask you to start measuring that, because in your testimony, the $300 million that was totally uncontrolled are accounted for formally. I would ask you to start measuring health outcomes, because all of this process, all of this infrastructure that we're discussing today, what's the benefit? Not that they use a benefit the way you term it, but what is the health outcome benefit to our veterans? I don't see it in any of these testimonies written, so I continue to be frustrated with how much better off are our veterans because of VA as opposed to just throwing another process, another organization, and some more money at it. And while I'm on money, I have already told the VSOs that we need to get a better handle on offsets. The only offset that this committee has is charging veterans additional home financing fees for a new program. So we're charging veterans for every new program that we put into the VA. An offset, that's not an offset to me. An offset to me is when we say, this is a very noble program. We must have this program. It is vital that we have this program. So what less noble program are we going to find an offset in? Every program is noble, but a less noble program, what are we going to find an offset in? Because that's the rules of the road here. We find an offset. And I don't think the housing finance fee that we charge veterans is an offset, because it adds to it. I've got the CBO as a problem. I understand the scoring issue. But those are two issues that I wanted to highlight. And I'm not sure which of you is going to answer this, but what percentage of claims is actually filed by an outside organization? My rural VSOs tell me that they believe that it's like 90% of all claims are not started within VA, they're started by some VSO. Is that true or not?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers. I'll follow up and get them, so I'm not misstating, but we rely very heavily on accredited representatives like VSOs and county VSOs to help veterans, and they do that for free. We're increasingly concerned about other actors coming in and trying to charge veterans for something that they've earned through their military service, but we do rely on outside entities to help veterans pull together, explain information. We're available at all of our 56 regional offices. We've got a national contact center. We've got a website. There are public outreach events where we go and try to explain it, but we rely on and value very much.
I would like that figure if you can get it to me. And my rural VSOs also say that when they go into your website, this may have been covered by one of my colleagues in a different format, they bring up their current claim, and one of them showed me his current claim that shows the documents that supposedly have been put in to justify that claim. They're not live linked anymore. They're dead documents. So when you copy the PDF and you put it in, it goes nowhere. And that's concerning to my rural my rural veterans because they can't get a true picture of the status of their claim. So I just ask you to look at that, and I would like a response on that as well.
Yeah, Congressman, I would ask if there are rural VSOs that you've been talking to. I'd like to meet with them to talk about the issue, and I'll bring in my team, and we'll make sure
Absolutely.
we work through that
We'll set it up. Hunt County, Texas. Hunt County, Texas is where you're going.
Love it.
And I want to just ask you a general question. How do our rural, I've got 30 seconds, so my question is, how do our rural veterans' health care compare to the rural citizens who are not veterans? Do we have a feeling for how they compare?
Well, Congressman, we could do analyses on healthcare outcomes per your previous comment. I can tell you that our medical centers do score very highly, whether rural or not, on CMS's overall hospital quality star rating. And so that's actually a pound-for-pound comparison between VA medical centers and private sector medical centers, and more than 2/3 of our medical centers scored the top 2 ratings compared to only about 42% of the private sector. And many of our 4- and 5-star medical centers are in rural areas.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chairman.
General Berkman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Elnahal, I saw that you called a few days ago. I'm sorry I wasn't able to take your call. I was driving, so I wasn't doing anything illegal that would get me a ticket.
No problem, Congressman.
So the point is, I understand you were talking about one of my constituents when Secretary McDonough and I were up in Baraga.
Thank you for correcting me.
Just think of, we have a lot of black bear in the area. It's a wonderful part of our environment up there. So just think of coming into that little town and seeing a bear looking you in the eye. So it's Baraga.
I will not get that wrong again.
And I had the same conversation with Secretary McDonough when he had the same challenge, and we laughed about it. But they're good folks up there. Let me ask you a quick question here. You know, in your testimony, you describe how it's consistently more difficult to recruit physicians in rural areas, probably other healthcare providers as well. It's my understanding that the VA allows for independent, certified, registered nurse anesthetist, that's a tough one for me, maybe Baraga for you, but anesthetist for me, practice in about 40 VA facilities, typically in more rural areas. Does the VA see a difference in either outcomes or patient satisfaction at those facilities compared to, others where you're, not so rural or not so remote?
That's exactly the question, General Bergman, that our team is deeply analyzing now with our own data to understand whether there are differences in outcomes. And I have not seen data that has shown worse outcomes, whether it's rural or urban areas. The question we're trying to answer with the National Standards of Practice is whether we override state licensing restrictions on CRNAs. But as you mentioned, we do authorize CRNAs independent practice in states that allow that under their licensing system.
Okay. And to discuss one specific program, last month, GAO found that VA was not reliably collecting or reporting performance data on its MMUs, mobile medical units, which provide a wide variety of care to veterans that are, literally cannot, they don't have internet, they can't, get out of their house or to get to a provider. How does the Office of Rural Health measure the impact and effectiveness of mobile medical units for rural veterans? And what steps are being taken to adapt these services based on the feedback? So the loop, service provided, feedback loop, modifications, better. Any comments on that?
Well, the first thing I'll say, General, is that we concurred strongly, I would say, with GAO's insights on our need to better track what mobile medical units are doing. The outcome that we track should be quite simple. It should be access to care. It should be wait times for care. If we're not making access more convenient for veterans with mobile medical units, then we're not sending them to the right places. And so we have what we call our North Star metrics for access, which is simply the wait time for direct care, the time it takes to schedule community care, and what veterans are telling us through surveys on access. Mobile medical units have to be improving all three of those for us to know that it's working.
And the reason I ask it, not necessarily to be answered now, but again, in our neck of the woods, literally, not all veterans, not all of our folks who live there are going to be veterans and be eligible for the mobile units. But if there's something going on outside of veterans healthcare with other entities, I'd very much like to hear where there's a sharing of information, where we could, because care is care in the rural and remote areas. And I'd like to, I've got 45 seconds left. Ms. Hundrup, you've been sitting there very quiet for a very, very, very long time. Any thoughts that you'd like to share with the committee here on GAO's perspective?
Thank you. I think with regard to, I'll start with I'll try to make this quick. I could say a lot, but let me be brief. With regard to mobile medical units, I think we found in our work that they absolutely do have the potential to fill a lot of gaps. But the information that is out there now would suggest they're underperforming. So I think just to underscore Dr. Elnahal, we really need better information so that we have a complete picture, which will give us a better sense of where they can be more strategically used and fill a critical gap in care. I think just to very briefly say, I think really focusing on the information by rurality to understand what's happening and then take action to develop guidance to really just look at, we've talked a lot about women-specific issues, the needs of rural areas, tailoring that to the guidance to get that out to the field so that they can then take action. And I could go on, but I'm going to stop there.
No, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for giving me an extra 30 seconds.
All right, before I dismiss the panel, I have two really quick questions for Dr. Elnahal. Doctor, it is the committee's priority to ensure that VA provides the care our veterans deserve. Do you think the work environment at Loma Linda VA MC is conducive to our veterans receiving the care that they deserve?
Well, I heard concerns, Chairman, about the work environment at Loma Linda, which is why I visited myself. It was eye-opening to hear directly from employees, labor leaders, and the difficult experiences that many of the employees had there. And the behavior that we've seen from certain leaders in the past was not excusable. I will say that I think the culture there is beginning to improve. I intend to get an update soon from the director at Loma Linda. But what I want to make sure that the whistleblowers know at Loma Linda and at every corner of our system is that we're here to listen to you. And we take those concerns very seriously, and I'm going to be personally tracking progress at Loma Linda. I was there with Representative Takano as well.
Good, thank you. Also, in November of 2023, the Secretary committed providing the committee with a list of possible health conditions that could qualify for VA's health exceptions for abortions. It's been 69 days since this commitment was given to me to get this communication. Will you give me the commitment that we can provide that information as promised by January 19th?
Mr. Chairman, my commitment is to make sure you get that as soon as we possibly can. We took the questions very seriously in your latest letter, and we want to make sure we provide the most precise and accurate response as possible for the record.
Right. All right, well, thank you for being here, Doctor, and also Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Bolster, and Ms. Handrup for testifying today, and you are now excused, and thank you for being here. And we want to try to get the second panel up as quickly as possible and seated as quickly as possible. So. We're going to have votes right in the middle of this one, I think. All righty. Second panel seated, and then welcome. I would like to welcome Ms. Marissa Schultz and Dr. Bo Nygren and Mr. John Lovell. And finally, Mark Holmes. Thank you for being here. We had another witness scheduled, Mr. John Michelson, but in a vivid reminder of the challenges rural veterans face, his appearance here was stopped by a snowstorm. So I'd like to recognize myself, if I may, to introduce our first witness, who I'm proud to say is from my home district, Illinois 12th. Ms. Marissa Schultz is a veteran who understands the issues on how to navigate the VA and is a tireless advocate for veterans. Marissa served in the Illinois National Guard and deployed to Iraq in 2005. And when she got home, she enrolled in classes in Eastern Illinois University and eventually took a job with the Salvation Army Supportive Services for Veterans Families program, where she's a healthcare navigator. It is my pleasure to have Marissa here today to bring her vitally important perspective to the table. Ms. Schultz, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Tanako, and members of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs for this opportunity. My name is Marissa Schultz, and I'm a disabled combat veteran and a healthcare advocate. I commend your dedication to our veterans, and I'm honored to represent the rural veteran community. I served in the Illinois National Guard, being deployed in 2004 through 2005. I have personal and professional experience utilizing healthcare in rural areas through the VA. Professionally, I serve veterans in rural communities, identifying their needs and helping them access healthcare systems, community care, and other outside providers. As we convene today, I implore you to consider a group of heroes who often face an unnoticed battle, the veterans residing in rural America. As stewards of their well-being, it's imperative that we acknowledge the stark disparities between urban and rural health care access for our veterans. We owe it to them to level the playing field. Imagine being a veteran, eagerly awaiting a VA-arranged ride to a medical appointment, excited to get help dealing with chronic pain from a helicopter crash during deployment. For one such veteran I served, lengthy wait times and repeated failures in VA transportation options led to desperation, ending in a call to 988. This veteran suffered from emotional and physical distress and feeling like the system had failed him. This isn't an isolated scenario. It's the reality for many of our rural veterans. Transportation, or rather lack thereof, emerges as a top barrier for our healthcare access. Financial constraints and employment vulnerabilities further compound this dilemma, forcing veterans to make agonizing choices between their health and their livelihoods. Moving on, to provide model health care to our veterans, we must acknowledge and address another critical issue, a need for gender-specific health care within the VA. Rural female veterans who served our country with equal valor encounter unique challenges in accessing specialized health care tailored to their needs. In my case, securing a female provider for a compensation and benefits examination necessitated a 2-hour commute. This challenge of meeting this basic yet serious request reflects the limited availability of practitioners in rural locations. A third critical issue is the advancement of telehealth, which has the potential to break geographical barriers and provide unparalleled health care for our veterans. Telehealth offers a lifeline to veterans residing in remote areas, often struggling with limited access to traditional healthcare facilities. It presents the opportunity to help ensure timely care reaches these underserved communities. While the flexibility of telehealth has significantly expanded accessibility, it has also brought some notable challenges. Elderly and aging populations encounter challenges with digital literacy, hindering the seamless use of telehealth system. Limited phone minutes and need for internet access also present hurdles. Overall, significant progress has occurred in the past few years, and we hope to see further improvements to telehealth options. We've explored some challenges our rural veterans face in accessing health care, such as transportation options, access to gender-specific providers, and digital literacy for telehealth. One way to help rural veterans access care and meet them where they are can be done through the strategic deployment of mobile medical units, which can be designed to provide primary care and other essential services. These could be deployed to areas lacking traditional healthcare access, effectively addressing the insufficient healthcare access for rural veterans. Additionally, emphasizing the pivotal role of technology, specifically telehealth, by expanding or creating digital education can help bridge this gap. To conclude, I urge this committee to consider critical issues faced by our rural veterans, specifically transportation options, access to gender-specific providers, and digital literacy for telehealth. Let us work together to ensure that health care for our veterans is not determined by their geographical location. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to positive outcomes that benefit our rural veterans.
Thank you, thank you very much for your testimony. And for our next witness, I yield to Mr. Crane to introduce the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding today's hearing on an important topic and for your concern for rural and tribal veterans. I'm glad your staff was able to experience firsthand the incredible Navajo veteran community in Tuba City this past August. I want to take a minute to welcome President Boo Nygren to the committee today. I visited President Nygren in Window Rock following his inauguration last year, shortly after I kicked off my time here in Congress, and appreciated learning more from him about the unique challenges Navajo veterans face in obtaining health care and other critical services. We met with former Navajo Nation Chairman and Code Talker Peter McDonald, and I was grateful to hear his experience. I also joined President Nygren in welcoming VA Secretary McDonough to Tuba City last July. We appreciate the Secretary coming out to my district and meeting with our veterans. For those of you who don't know, I'm proud to represent over half the tribes in Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. My district spans 20,200 square miles of Arizona land. That's larger than 9 U.S. states. And the rural and tribal areas I represent do not have reliable access to VA services. Native Americans historically have the highest record of military service per capita, and Navajo veterans specifically have a rich history of service to our nation. Navajo patriots serving as code talkers during World War II used traditional tribal languages to send secret messages in battle, a contribution that, along with their warrior mentality, was essential to our victory. Unfortunately, despite their remarkable impact on our military history and culture, Navajo veterans face many barriers to VA service and care. The VA hospitals in Phoenix and Albuquerque are the only full-service medical centers within driving distance to the Navajo Nation, and veterans still face a 3 to 5 hour drive to get to those locations. I myself have made the drive from Tuba City to Phoenix, almost 4 hours of driving, and that's just not feasible for a veteran needing frequent and reliable access to medical care. While several VA outpatient clinics have been established within Navajo Nation lands, these clinics often focus on primary care or less severe mental health issues. This means that many do not have the resources to address severe PTSD, and they may also lack the ability to provide specialty care for chronic pain or diabetes, two of the most common diagnoses among Navajo veterans. If they cannot reach a VA facility that is capable of providing the type of care they need, Navajo veterans suffer. This is unacceptable, and I hope that in this hearing today, we can discuss ways to address this to ensure our tribal veterans can receive the care they need and deserve. I'm looking forward to hearing President Nygren's perspective as he represents the voice of our Navajo veterans who have played an integral role in our military victories throughout history and continue to serve honorably today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. And Dr. Nygren, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Yate, Chairman Bose, Ranking Member Tanako, and members of the committee and our representative Eli Crane, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Boo Nygren. I serve as the president of the Navajo Nation. I come before you today to discuss critical and ongoing issues of access to care and benefits for our veterans all across the Navajo Nation. We have a proud history of military service. As many of you know, Native Americans have a profound and honored legacy with the United States military. Our warriors have served with distinction in every major conflict since World War I. During World War II, the Navajo Code Talkers created an unbreakable code from our Diné language that was instrumental in securing the victory for the Allies in the Pacific Theater. Their valor and courage exemplify patriotism and sacrifices that is a hallmark of our Navajo people. Despite this rich history, Navajo veterans face significant barriers in accessing the care and benefits they have earned. The closest VA medical center, as mentioned earlier, is in Phoenix, Arizona, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Salt Lake City, Utah. The distances present a formidable obstacle, often requiring veterans to travel many, many hours at great personal expense across remote areas just to receive basic services. This burden is compounded by social determinants of health that disproportionately affects our community, such as high rates of poverty, unemployment, and limited access to transportation. Telehealth services, which is beneficial, are not a cure-all for our veterans. The digital divide is a stark reality on the Navajo Nation, where many of our veterans lack adequate internet access or the technology needed to utilize telehealth effectively. The limitation is not just a matter of convenience, but a barrier to essential health care, mental health services, and benefit assistance. The VA's beneficiary travel program is critical, yet it does not fully offset the high costs of the logistical challenges associated with traveling many, many hours to the VA facilities. Furthermore, grant and per diem rates for homelessness veterans do not reflect the higher cost of living in remote areas, which further disadvantage our veterans in need. Access to healthcare providers is another significant challenge. There is a scarcity of medical professionals in our region, and their shortage means that even basic care can be very hard to come by. Compensation and pension exams, which are crucial for veterans seeking disabilities and benefits, are often delayed or inaccessible due to this lack. The issues I have outlined today represent a larger problem. The lack of adequate VA care on the Navajo Nation is not reflective of the continuous contributions the Navajo people have provided this country. Our veterans have earned the right to accessibility, quality care, and benefits through their service and sacrifice. It is for these reasons I ask Congress to work with my administration to bring a full-service VA medical center to the Navajo Nation. This center would provide quality care not only for our Navajo veterans, but most of rural southwestern part of the United States. I'm also asking Congress to appropriate funds to build a VA benefit center in New Mexico side of the nation to help educate our veterans on the benefits that they have earned together through their service. In closing, I urge the committee and Congress to take a decisive action to address these critical issues facing our Navajo veterans. We needed increased funding aimed specifically at improving infrastructure and services in rural areas tailored to the unique challenges of our nation and the region. We must bridge the digital divide to ensure telehealth is a viable option for our veterans. It is essential to adjust grant and per diem rates to reflect the true cost of living in remote areas and to expand the beneficiary travel program to alleviate the significant financial burdens our veterans undertake. Our Navajo veterans have honored their commitments to our nation. We must continue to honor them by bringing services closer to them. And thank you for your time and consideration. Horo salat so bahastigin le denebekaya bakat de keda hat enegi asi yeguns gade besada achasat asi tin bejin dahant lado besura biga hatat den jenda okha khaishe bin le khos dore debeln das ando yo tojo besh de di dasenel are de shido benesh ana shal chinde do ho keda hat inega hashet o en ka do golta no asi yego nda okha horen khaniya Eshi John ye Hawan not ani the no Senegishi, Nkada Jopa Shin Juno an Hin Zail in Salat so Bahas Ando Les Aronle Yehad dil Ingi Besas Anigido Nalsos and Dainiki, Hot O A Yidago, Juno at the Idol Hebe Hodo, Kitchen Niyado is not ani than the Senegin, Kislilo, Don Juno Nanishbekate the Kai, a Hen Kedini the Hodoe, the Nebenant An Shlon Nanishbekate Hadashagi. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Next, we have Mr. John Lovell, Chief Operations Officer for the Minnesota Assistant Council for Veterans. Mr. Lovell, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Boss, Ranking Member Takano, committee members. My name is John Lowald, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Minnesota Assistance Council for Veterans. I grew up in rural Minnesota, and before joining MACV, I served for 25 years in the Army, retiring as a lieutenant colonel. MACV is a 501c3 statewide nonprofit with the mission to end veteran homelessness in Minnesota. MACV served more than 2,000 veterans and their families last year, with roughly half of those veterans residing in rural and other non-urban areas across Minnesota. I thank you for this opportunity to share the observations and experiences our organization has gleaned from decades spent serving thousands of veterans in greater Minnesota. The challenges and opportunities facing rural veterans can vary considerably depending on where they reside. Combined with their individual backgrounds and needs, the most effective way to serve these rural veterans might look different than what is available to the urban veteran. Some of rural veterans' most consistent barriers include lack of affordable housing, few jobs which pay a living wage, transportation limitations, scarcity of supportive services, and many rural communities simply have no emergency shelter. MACV's team regularly encounters these challenges while serving rural veterans, as finding housing, employment, transportation, and short-term shelter are all interconnected and determine their stability. For example, we have Ryan, a 66-year-old Coast Guard veteran from Winona, Minnesota, with an honorable discharge, served 4 years on the Coast Guard cutter Steadfast. Last year's housing stability was challenged after he lost his wife, and he was struggling to care for himself while he was grieving. He was hospitalized with a life-threatening infection that needed a partial amputation of his foot. During those months he was in the hospital, he fell several months behind on rent, and additionally during that time, a family member who was staying in his house was arrested, triggering the landlord to evict Ryan, leaving him homeless upon his discharge from the hospital. Luckily, the small town of Winona has a shelter, and staff there realized Ryan was a veteran, and they connected him with MACV services. Due to his medical situation, it was untenable for him to stay in the shelter, but MACV was able to place him into a hotel room using a state-funded emergency shelter program. MACV was able to then help him search for his sustainable housing solution to fit his needs. Through our landlord partnerships, we were able to find Ryan accessible housing designed for veterans. Thankfully, this location has an accessible transportation program as well, since he does not drive. And this all sounds like a great assist. However, all these resources required him to move miles away from his hometown of Winona to Rochester. While he's currently housed, he would prefer to live where he still has family and a support system, but there are no options for a veteran with his limitations in a smaller town. Jerome, a 27-year-old Army veteran living in Olivia, Minnesota, was staying with family after his discharge from the military. He had a fallout with family, forcing him to leave. Due to the fact that there is not emergency shelter in his community, he started living out of his car in a campground. He could afford to pay for the camp fees because he was employed, and he stayed there to be able to take showers and maintain his outward appearance to ensure he could keep his job. However, with winter looming, the campground would be closed for the season. Thankfully, in Minnesota, every county in the state is required to have either a county veteran service officer or a tribal veteran service officer. His CVSO connected Jerome to MACV, and we were able to supply him a cell phone through the VA's Homeless Smartphone Initiative. That helped us stay in contact with him even though he was homeless and miles from our closest office. Through that connection, we were able to work with him to find housing near his job in Redwood Falls, then using SSVF funds to help him with his deposit and first month's rent. I'd mentioned that the VA Smartphone Initiative ended in 2023. This was a program that greatly helped rural veterans with limited access to the internet. In every case where we end a veteran's homelessness, it is done through a network of collaborative efforts involving the federal, VA, state, local, and nonprofit agencies working together to find the best outcome possible. There are many resources for veterans, but most of them tend to be in larger towns or metropolitan areas with limited affordable housing options due to their desired locations. Rural housing, while it can be affordable, rarely has access to homeless resources, jobs with livable wages, and no access to public transportation for rural veterans to reach critical resources. I am pleased to report to you today that Minnesota has achieved a functional end to veteran homelessness in 8 of our 10 continuums of care, including all of our COCs in rural Minnesota through our partnerships. Thank you for the chance today to speak on serving rural veterans.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Dr. Mark Holmes. He's a director of the Cecil G. Sheps Center for Health Science Research and North Carolina Rural Health Research Center at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Dr. Holmes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Holmes.
I am the director of the Cecil G. Shep Center for Health Services Research and the North Carolina Rural Health Research Center at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm an economist whose expertise is in rural health policy. For today's hearing, I will provide context on challenges facing the non-VHA rural healthcare system. Rural veterans may receive some or much of their health care from community providers, so it's important to recognize the fragility of the overall rural healthcare system as part of their healthcare portfolio. I'm unable to cover all the salient topics in rural health today, so I'll focus my comments on 3 main points relevant to today's topic. The first is that rural healthcare infrastructure continues to erode, and this threatens the health and well-being of the 60 million Americans, including the 5 million veterans who live in rural areas. 2, Congress should consider some effective rural health workforce policies. And third is that many rural communities have also shown remarkable ability to innovate and use their strength and local assets to overcome challenge. Since 2005, nearly 200 rural communities have seen their hospital close or close its inpatient service. Those hospitals that do survive have steadily gotten smaller. Rural hospitals have cut services like maternity care and home health services, and inpatient care in rural hospitals has fallen by 13 to 20% in the last decade alone, with most of the decreases driven by rural residences being increasingly likely to receive inpatient care at urban hospitals. Access to specialty care is also affected. Approximately 20% of Americans live more than 60 minutes from oncology services, and rural residents who have to drive an hour each way for 5 weeks in a row to get their radiation treatment are facing fatigue of long car travel while fighting cancer. Meanwhile, many specialty services, including maternity, surgical, and other key specialties, are eroding in rural areas. Given evidence that female veterans may be more dependent on non-VHA providers to receive certain gender-specific services like obstetric and gynecologic care, the erosion of these services in rural communities is especially worrisome for this population. Rural places have long faced workforce shortages. Many proposed policy solutions to address these workforce challenges focus on one profession at one stage in their career. And it's critical that we look at solutions that aren't siloed in this fashion and support healthcare workers across their entire career trajectory. Decades of research have taught us that one of the most effective ways to boost health workforce in rural and underserved areas is to train them in rural and underserved areas. By growing the number of rural training opportunities and then ensuring that resources are available to retain that workforce across their careers, we can ensure that the workforce needed to support rural areas is there for decades to come. Efforts to expand physician training have paid great dividends. For example, HRSA's Rural Residency Planning and Development Program has helped lead to more new rural residency slots in the last 5 years than were established during the previous decade. By supporting residency program development, Congress can increase the number of slots in underserved communities, which improves access to health care. As you all know, the Choice Act directed and funded the VHA to increase the number of residency slots by 1,500, with many rural VHA facilities receiving priority for additional slots. Additionally, the VA's GME pilot program on graduate medical education and residency will allow the VA to fund startup costs for new programs that train VA residents at non-VHA facilities. This is a new approach for the VHA and will help bolster their ability to train residents in facilities where many veterans seek care. Congress could consider whether to expand this model to train additional types of health professions beyond physicians. Veterans would benefit from health professionals who are trained and practice on interprofessional teams both in VHA and non-VHA facilities. Behavioral health is particularly salient healthcare service for veterans. Veterans experience certain conditions, notably TBI and substance use disorders, more often than their civilian counterparts. Although access to behavioral health care remains a crisis throughout the country, compared to urban residents, rural residents receive less care from providers with less specialized training, and the care they receive is less likely to be innovative. This creates a particularly acute challenge for rural veterans. There are fewer healthcare providers to treat and manage their more prevalent behavioral health needs. Perhaps because of the more limited resources in rural communities, there are many examples where rural healthcare innovation has led the way. It is important to continue to recognize that rural healthcare systems are different and not simply small versions of urban, and can yield similar outcomes when given the opportunity. One word of caution is we've talked a lot about telehealth today, and we've heard about 1/4 of rural veterans not having internet in their home, and we can't have systems that are built on veterans connecting with their providers in the parking lot of a library. Although rural residents and those who visit rural communities face real barriers to achieving their full health potential, history has shown that thoughtful legislation designed to address rural-specific challenges and leverage the assets of rural America has been successful in improving the lives of those who live in our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you, now we're going to go to questions, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Schultz, how is it different for a homeless veteran in rural Illinois than it is in Chicago or other major cities?
Thank you for your question. In rural communities for homeless veterans, you lack no public transportation. I mean, there is no public transportation. And the access to everything is impossible, really. So if you don't live in a community where you have access to more jobs, apartments, all the things, even healthcare access, VA care, it's just very different. It's a night and day, really.
So as far as the actual homeless veterans, there are a lot more urban programs, and for a rural homeless veteran to try to find anything?
So I believe for an urban veteran, homeless veteran, you have more resources. You have clothing banks, you have food pantries. We have those things in rural areas. They're just more widespread and harder to get to.
In your opinion, what can VA do to help make sure rural homeless veterans are treated equally to those ones in the urban areas?
Just expanding healthcare access, programs to support them. I mean, just things need to be more readily available.
Okay. Mr. Lovell, H.R. 3848 and the Home Act that passed the House late last year would include authority for VA to provide similar assistance with rides to appointments for homeless veterans. Would this additional authority alleviate some of the strain on the MACV and other providers seeking to help the homeless veterans?
Chairman Boss, thank you for that question. That absolutely could assist in the process of us connecting with those veterans. I think that one thing I'd highlight in the state of Minnesota, the DAV, in partnership with the VA, provides numerous rides. Currently, those rides very specifically have to be related to VA healthcare. If there was an expansion on where those vehicles could be used for, or another way to access transportation that didn't require these veterans to have a vehicle, many of them can't, many of them aren't driving anymore. Anything that it addresses exactly what was just discussed about getting said veteran to that resource is going to be helpful.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you to each one of the panelists, because I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tano for his questions. But let me say this. When you come from areas that are rural, like I do, and I know many of the people on this committee do, any unique ways that you can see to help us, to help VA, to make sure that they can provide those services. You know, when we started talking about telehealth, everybody thought how great it is, and it's true, it can handle for the rural area. It handles great for the rural area if you have a connection. And quite often, we've watched in the rural areas, getting a connection might even be easier than getting potable water, too, but that's a whole different story for the rural areas. But it is a unique, and I appreciate you being here, and I will now turn it over to Ranking Member Takano for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nygren, thank you, Dr. Nygren, thank you so much for being here. I had the pleasure of visiting Window Rock in 2022. In your testimony, you advocate for Congress to appropriate funds to build a full-service VA medical center in the Navajo Nation. Who do you envision this facility serving? Just veterans or all Navajo Nation citizens?
I envision, thank you, Honorable Takano, for coming out last year. I just missed you just by a few months. Hopefully you come back out.
I would love to. It's a beautiful country, and love to be the guest of Representative Crane. So.
All right. Well, thank you to both of you. And then the first thing I think about is I think it's going to serve all veterans in the area. I think that not only it would benefit Navajo veterans, it would benefit Hopi veterans, Ute veterans, and non-Native American veterans, just because it'd be a lot closer to the Four Corners area, because we're such in a unique, beautiful area that if that facility was actually built in Chinle, Arizona, it would actually bring a lot more people closer to where their travel distances are not as far. But I do know that most of our Navajo citizens do use Indian Health Services to the best of their abilities. But I do know if this facility is built, it would really benefit the 10,000 plus Navajo veterans and probably a lot more that haven't really realized some of their benefits that are available.
Well, have we given thought to a possible joint facility with VA and the IHS so that we could benefit from your people could benefit from the economy of scale to bring out specialists to make it a real, a much fuller array of services. And we could justify that by opening it up to both the IHS beneficiaries as well as VA beneficiaries. Is that an idea you're open to?
I think, Mr. Takano, I think that would be a great idea. And I know that one of the things that currently we're going to reopen a small contract agreement with the Chinle IHS, but most of the concerns with the veterans is they want to be treated more tailored as if they showed up at a VA center instead of being just treated like a normal Native American going to that facility. So that was one of the things that I've been told is let's make sure they treat us like veterans instead of them not even asking us if we're a veteran or not.
I think that's a very valid concern. And I think it's important that it is primarily a VA facility, but there has historically been this connection between IHS and VA. And I hope to talk to Representative Crane more about this idea, because I believe as far as directing resources to a major facility, this is one way to maybe get it done. I was impressed by the fact that you have your own college and that you have a nursing program, is what I recall. And of course, as Dr. Holmes has mentioned, that one of the best ways to get health practitioners into rural areas is to train, to get medical residencies and training opportunities into these areas. I have Sherman Indian Institute, which many of your young people come to in Riverside, California. Do you think there might be ways for us to work together to create pipelines of training opportunities for students that come to Sherman, students that go to your own schools and to your own community, to your own college to train for these medical professions?
Honorable Takano, I think that's a great idea. I think that one of the things that we really need within that area is trying to develop that pipeline of nurses that are a lot local so that people are not crisscrossing across the country to take on contracts for a few weeks at a time, because what will happen is you'll have people that come out for short stints of time, but they don't truly understand the culture, they don't understand the people. But if we can train up our own people, whether they go to the program at Sherman Indian School. Just so you know, my grandma went to Sherman a long time ago, and one time I was there, and she showed me a picture of where they would pick up dates and stuff, and things like that. I know it's a long ways from Navajo, but it's one of those side topics to where I think that I can't believe people travel that far back in the 40s and the 50s, so far away from home. But I'm definitely open to what we can do with the Sherman Institute and our own school. And I know that Northern Arizona University is working on developing a medical school. And I think that's something that Representative Crane and myself and you, we can talk with Northern Arizona University to figure out, is there a program that can be geared towards Navajo nurses and doctors to be a lot closer to Navajo?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you might permit me just ask one question of Dr. Holmes. Thank you for being here, Dr. Holmes. You know, you talk about other ways that VA and healthcare systems could attract and retain mid and later career professionals in rural areas. Can you point to any success stories about how that has already happened or could happen?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think one of the themes that I've heard all day and at this panel as well is the notion that rural communities need to design programs that are tailored to the assets that are there. And if some communities have really strong broadband, and that might be a solution there, and others may have a scope of practice that enables, I'm getting to your answer, I promise. And so all that is to say that healthcare systems are often really innovative at this, and they recognize what it is that they need in order to keep their mid and late career professionals. And part of that is a career ladder. And particularly in rural areas, you need to be able to see, I have progress in my career and I can move forward. And so investments in those kinds of models has proven highly effective, where a medical assistant can become a nurse, and expand their career over time.
Thank you. We have a tremendous brain trust here, and I hope that we can make some movement on rural health care. I yield back.
Representative Radwagen.
Ms. Schultz, can you describe the specific challenges you face in accessing health care services in your rural area, such as transportation or distance to the nearest VA facilities? And how have these challenges affected your ability to receive timely and adequate health care, especially for any ongoing or specialized medical needs?
Okay, thank you for the question. So my closest VA hospital is 2 hours from me, but I do have the privilege of having a CBOC in my town. So if I can't, go to the 2 hours, then I can get care locally. When we dive into community care, because not everything is available at a CBOC, I still have to travel. I have one community care. I still have to travel an hour and 15 minutes to get to a community care provider because it's so hard to get into the community care system and it's a rural area, so not as many providers are available for community care. I've had difficulty getting referrals to specialists, so I use my private insurance to do those things, which, again, I'm blessed to be able to do. I work with veterans who do not have those same privileges, and they miss appointments because of VA options for transportation, or there is no options for transportation, or they're working. A lot of the veterans who I work with have to choose between going to work, and they don't have the kinds of jobs that allow them time off for medical appointments. They don't have PTO, so they don't have that access to care readily available. So there's, as far as female providers, again, for specialized female care, I would have to travel 2 hours to get to the facility for that care.
So in your testimony, you mentioned mobile medical units. What has your experience been like in regards to receiving health care at mobile medical units? And have they provided you with adequate care and met all your needs?
So I do not have any personal experience with mobile medical units. I just don't want to bring problems without solutions. And I feel like mobile medical units coming into rural areas would be beneficial for our veterans who do not have transportation, or if they have transportation, it's only getting them locally, right, to their basic needs, to their job. I did a little research with the mobile medical units that were deployed starting in August of 23, and it appeared to me that they were really in urban areas. So refocusing some of those units or getting additional units into rural areas could really be a game changer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
General Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Lovell, I'm sure you're familiar with Scott County. My dad, World War II vet's last community service was driving veterans from around Scott County into the VA Medical Center over by the airport. And it was one of the proudest moments of his life, especially it wasn't about so much getting them to the appointment, which was essential, but the interaction that he had with them as some old guys who'd been around a long time sharing stories towards end of life, if you will. But I thank you for all you do across the state of Minnesota. Dr. Nygren, I greatly appreciate you being here and providing the testimony. Michigan's 1st District, which I represent, is home to 7 federally recognized tribes. All are in rural and remote areas, and all with a long history of service to our country in uniform. And some of my most heartwarming, fulfilling interactions over these last 7 years in Congress is to attend the different tribal ceremonies at different times of the year, to dance and participate in the ceremonies, because we are all, we're all thankful for everybody's service over time. One of the recommendations in your testimony is to foster collaboration between Congress, the VA, and tribal leaders and tribal health authorities. And I'm going to ask one question and just say, any steps that you think you'd like to take, next steps you'd like to take to accomplish this. But is part of this the potential for utilization of excess space in tribal health clinics that are rural and remote, that here you have the existing tribal health clinic and you have space? Is there an opportunity for us to better deliver some of that rural and remote care, because veterans are not driving by the tribal health clinic because they're not a member, of the tribe? So I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Congressman Bergman. Thank you for the tribes that you represent, the 7 tribes, and I'm very happy that you're open to being a part of their traditions and cultures, as my representative is too as well. So thank you so much. And I think this question also kind of comes back to Mr. Takano's question as well too, is what can we do to better utilize, because all of us know that any healthcare facility in rural America, if we can find a way to collaborate and bring them together to work with the VA, is good for all of us, because it's already tough enough to get water, electricity, and sewer. So if there's a tribal health facility that's there, my recommendation would be to continue that collaboration, so that veterans feel like when they walk in, not only when they walk into that tribal facility, but if it's dedicated, a part of it is dedicated to them, so that they understand that a veteran's going to be talking to me. They know the challenges that they've gone through and things like that. So I believe that if we can continue to foster that spirit of collaboration, to figure out how can we combine the VA and the tribal facilities to work together so that a veteran does show up, I think that will definitely work a lot easier. And it actually would make it a lot more feasible, because I know there's times when it's a tremendous task to bring a facility out to any remote rural areas, but if you can already tap into the existing infrastructures that are there to kind of build off of it, I think that would be a great way to start those discussions as well.
Well, when you think about it, certain things that are done, procedures performed, pharmacies potentially, whatever it happens to be, the idea of shared services, you already have a physical facility. How do we get maximum utilization out of that for all concerned? And I just want to thank you all for being here, and I'll yield back about 30 seconds here for the good of the order. Thank you all.
Representative Crane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Nygren, thank you again for being here today, sir. Thank you for everything you do for the Navajo Nation. It's definitely critical for us to hear your perspective on these issues. As we previously discussed, Navajo veterans face extremely lengthy trips to VA health centers, often driving multiple hours just for one health visit. At some clinic locations, they may not even be able to get that type of specialty care. In your opinion, what is the greatest barrier to care for Navajo veterans?
Thank you, Representative Crane. The greatest one that I think about is the distances that they travel. Because if you've ever been to Navajo country, it's very, as we're speaking now, there's big weathers that's coming through, and elders are stuck in communities to where even it's hard to get a grader or a backhoe in some of those communities. It's one of those things where I think about where if we can bring the services a lot closer to them and more accessible, that would actually make it a lot easier on them, because for them to travel down to Phoenix, I get they've told us that the mileage reimbursement is enough to just cover the gas, but it doesn't account for the vehicles that they drive, because a lot of the vehicles that they drive are 4x4 vehicles because of the rural areas that 9 miles a gallon is only going to get you so far when you get down to Phoenix. So those are some of the challenges, and the other challenges that a lot of these veterans are elderly. They're either Vietnam veterans or they're in that age where it's very difficult for them to travel. They're going to have people to actually take them down there. So to me, if one of the greatest challenges would be to bring it a lot closer to them.
Absolutely. Now, we talked about a possible VA hospital, improving telehealth reliability, adjusting per diem rates to relieve costly financial burdens. Are there anything else on that list that we can do to help veterans on the Navajo Nation?
I think when it comes to, Honorable Representative Crane, when it comes to telehealth, as everyone mentioned here, when we talk telehealth for rural communities, it's just, it all depends on the services that we can actually get video conferencing. But our veterans on Navajo, they actually really prefer people to deal with, because a lot of them only speak Navajo. They don't quite understand a lot of the challenges that a lot of people can use of telephone. A lot of them don't prefer that. They really prefer in-person discussions, one-on-one discussions, and to be able to relate to someone. So I think that might be another obstacle that really to think about when it comes to telehealth. It's just there's that generation that would really prefer in-person meetings instead of telehealth.
Absolutely. And if you had to rank those three priorities, the hospital, telehealth, and then adjusting per diem rates, would it go in that order, 1, 2, and 3, just like that?
Yep, they'd be very close to one another.
Okay. Thank you, President Nygren, for being here today. One question for Mr. Lavalde real quick. Sir, I know your big issue is veteran homelessness. I know there's several reasons that our veterans wind up homeless. What's the biggest reason that you tend to see our veterans becoming homeless?
Representative Crane, thank you for that question. As it relates to the rural veterans specifically, or just veterans in general, the veterans who are finding themselves homeless have essentially run out of resources. They've run out of, they've maybe burned bridges. They've run out of family. They've run out of places that they can actually go before they're actually homeless. There rarely is somebody waking up and the next day they're homeless. We have seen and witnessed that a lot of mental health issues are what are contributing to decision-making that then lends them into difficult situations with their family or friends, maybe creating incarceration situations as well. But the mental health component, I think, is a very big piece of why an individual becomes homeless, and honestly, why some veterans choose to be homeless is because they're not connected to the mental health services that they might need to help them see a solution in front of them that is viable.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people don't understand, that some veterans actually do choose that lifestyle, at least for a period of time. Is that correct?
That absolutely is correct. But we continue to reach out to these individuals with different solutions, hoping that the next opportunity, maybe we've built that relationship to offer something new.
Thank you, Mr. Lavalde. I yield back.
Thank you. And Ranking Member, do you have any, first off, I want to say thank you to the panel here, but do you have any closing remarks?
No, we've got to go vote, and I appreciate the courtesy and let me ask Dr. Holmes more questions.
And I want to say thank you to the Ranking Member. I want to thank all of the witnesses for joining us here today, especially the second panel who traveled from all over, from rural America to try to get here today, and providing access for the best health care and benefits and veterans. As I asked earlier, if you come up with ideas, please bring them to us, and any suggestions you may have. We want to make sure that we do this, and we want to make sure that our veterans are provided for no matter where they live and where they choose to live. I appreciate Ranking Member Takano and the members of the committee for standing shoulder to shoulder with me in a bipartisan manner to do that. I ask unanimous consent that all members shall have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material. Hearing no objection, so ordered, this hearing is now adjourned.